Chu, known to the West as Confucius, witnessed the collapse of the Zhou dynasty's moral authority and spent his life developing a comprehensive framework for rebuilding civilization from the inside out. His revolution began not with armies or institutions, but with a radical proposition that ordinary human beings possess the capacity to transform themselves and their societies through the disciplined cultivation of virtue. What emerged from this insight was not merely a philosophy, but a complete science of human flourishing that would shape the moral imagination of billions of people across 25 centuries. Part 1. The revolutionary heart of humaneness. The foundation of Confucian philosophy rests on a single Chinese character that contains within it an entire worldview, Renbut. Typically translated as benevolence, humaneness, or love, Ren represents something far more radical and comprehensive than these English words suggest. Confucius used Ren to describe the fundamental capacity that makes us truly human, the quality that distinguishes moral beings from mere biological organisms. But Ren is not a fixed attribute that you either possess or lack. It is a dynamic potential that must be actively cultivated throughout your entire life. The Chinese character for Ren combines the symbols for person and two, visually representing the insight that humanity emerges only in relationship with others. You cannot develop or express your essential human nature in isolation. Every action you take either strengthens or weakens the web of relationships that constitutes your moral identity. When you speak harshly to someone who has disappointed you, you diminish not only their dignity but your own capacity for compassion. When you respond to hostility with patience and understanding, you strengthen both your character and theirs. Ren operates as a form of moral ecology, where individual development and collective flourishing become inseparable processes. Confucius taught that Ren manifests itself through several interconnected qualities that work together to create integrated moral character. First comes Shu, or reciprocity, the ability to consider how your actions affect others by imagining yourself in their position. This requires genuine empathy, not merely intellectual understanding, but the emotional capacity to feel what others experience. Second comes Zhong, often translated as loyalty but meaning something closer to wholeheartedness or sincerity. Zhong involves bringing your complete attention and genuine intention to every interaction, refusing to treat other people as mere instruments for achieving your personal goals. Third comes Yi, or righteousness, the commitment to do what is morally correct regardless of personal cost or convenience. The cultivation of Ren requires what Confucius called the transformation of selfish desire into compassionate concern. He recognized that human beings naturally tend to prioritize their immediate personal interests over broader considerations of justice and social harmony. This tendency is not inherently evil, but it becomes destructive when it remains unchecked by moral reflection and disciplined practice. The process of developing Ren involves gradually expanding your circle of genuine concern from yourself to your family, from your family to your community, from your community to your society, and ultimately to all humanity. But Confucius insisted that this expansion must proceed through concrete relationships rather than abstract, universal principles. You cannot learn to love humanity in general without first learning to love specific individuals in particular circumstances. The parent who neglects their children in order to serve a charitable cause demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of how moral development actually works. Genuine compassion begins with those closest to you and gradually extends outward through ever-widening circles of care and responsibility. The practice of Ren also requires the courage to confront moral failure both in yourself and others. True compassion sometimes demands that you challenge people you care about when they are acting in ways that harm themselves or others. A friend who enables destructive behavior in the name of kindness actually demonstrates a lack of genuine concern for their friend's well-being. Similarly, you must develop the honesty to recognize and address your own moral shortcomings rather than rationalizing them or blaming external circumstances. Confucius understood that the development of Ren creates what we might call moral momentum. Each act of genuine kindness makes the next act of kindness slightly easier and more natural. Each moment of patient self-discipline strengthens your capacity for future self-discipline. Over time, virtuous behavior becomes less of a conscious effort and more of a spontaneous expression of your transformed character. This is why Confucius emphasized the importance of beginning moral cultivation early in life and maintaining it consistently throughout all circumstances. Virtue, like physical fitness, requires regular exercise to maintain and develop. The ultimate goal of cultivating Ren extends beyond personal moral development to the transformation of society itself. Confucius believed that when enough individuals commit themselves seriously to developing their capacity for humaneness, the resulting changes in family relationships, workplace interactions, and civic engagement create a ripple effect that gradually reforms entire communities. Social problems like corruption, violence, and injustice stem ultimately from the moral failures of individuals. Therefore, the most effective approach to social reform involves helping people develop the character traits necessary for creating just and harmonious relationships. This emphasis on character transformation rather than institutional change represents one of the most distinctive aspects of Confucian social philosophy. While laws and political structures certainly matter, they cannot substitute for the internal moral compass that guides individual choices and actions. A society composed of people who possess well-developed Ren will naturally create just institutions and practices. A society composed of people who lack Ren will corrupt even the best-designed systems of government and law. Part 2. The sacred architecture of ritual. When most people hear the word ritual, they imagine empty ceremonies performed out of habit or social obligation. Confucius understood ritual, or Li, as one of the most powerful technologies for human transformation ever developed. Think of Li not as meaningless tradition, but as a comprehensive system for training your deepest attitudes and emotional responses toward other people. Every bow, every gesture of respect, every carefully observed social protocol serves as a form of moral exercise that gradually reshapes your character from the outside in. The Chinese character for Li originally depicted a religious sacrifice, suggesting that ritual behavior connects human actions to something sacred and transcendent. But Confucius secularized this concept by arguing that the sacred dimension of ritual lies not in its connection to supernatural forces, but in its power to create and maintain human relationships based on mutual respect and recognition. When you perform a ritual correctly, with genuine attention and sincere intention, you acknowledge the dignity and worth of the other people involved. This acknowledgement transforms both the performer and the recipient of the ritual, creating bonds of mutual obligation and care that extend far beyond the moment of performance. Confucius identified several layers of meaning and function within ritual practice. At the most basic level, Li provides a shared language of social interaction that enables people from different backgrounds to communicate respect and goodwill, even when they do not know each other personally. The simple act of shaking hands when introduced to a stranger accomplishes something remarkable. It creates a moment of equality, signals peaceful intentions, and establishes a foundation for future cooperation. Without such shared protocols, social interaction becomes chaotic and unpredictable, making it difficult to build the trust necessary for complex forms of cooperation. At a deeper level, ritual practice serves as a form of emotional education that teaches you how to feel appropriately in different situations. The elaborate ceremonies surrounding birth, coming of age, marriage and death do not merely mark important transitions, they help participants experience the full emotional significance of these events. When you participate in a wedding ceremony with complete attention and sincerity, the ritual helps you feel the joy, hope and solemnity appropriate to the occasion. When you participate in a funeral with the same quality of presence, the ritual helps you experience grief, gratitude and acceptance in their proper proportions. Confucius insisted that the transformative power of ritual depends entirely on the inner attitude with which it is performed. Going through the motions without genuine feeling or understanding reduces Li to mere formalism that serves no useful purpose. But when ritual is performed with what he called sincerity or authenticity, it becomes a powerful method for aligning your external behavior with your highest internal aspirations. The person who consistently acts with courtesy and respect, even when they do not feel particularly courteous or respectful, gradually becomes a more courteous and respectful person. The practice of Li extends far beyond formal ceremonies to encompass what we might call the art of daily living. How you speak to your family members, the attention you give to your appearance, your behavior during meals, your conduct in public spaces, and your response to authority all constitute forms of ritual practice. Each of these seemingly minor actions either reinforces patterns of virtue or contributes to the gradual erosion of your moral character. Confucius saw Li as a comprehensive training system that encompasses every aspect of human behavior and social interaction. One of the most sophisticated aspects of Confucian ritual theory concerns the relationship between individual expression and social conformity. Critics often argue that excessive emphasis on ritual stifles creativity and individual authenticity. Confucius would respond that genuine individuality emerges not through the rejection of social forms, but through their creative and sincere appropriation. Just as a jazz musician expresses their unique artistic vision by creatively interpreting established musical forms, the morally mature person expresses their authentic character by bringing genuine feeling and personal understanding to traditional social practices. The ultimate purpose of ritual lies in its capacity to create what Confucius called social harmony without sacrificing individual dignity. When everyone understands and observes appropriate ritual forms, social interaction becomes more predictable, more respectful, and more conducive to mutual flourishing. People know what to expect from each other and how to respond appropriately to different situations. This reduces conflict, builds trust, and creates the stable social environment necessary for moral and intellectual development. Confucius also understood that ritual must evolve gradually to remain relevant to changing social conditions. Blindly following outdated practices serves no useful purpose and may actually harm social harmony by creating artificial barriers between people. But radical rejection of all traditional forms destroys the accumulated wisdom of previous generations and forces each individual to reinvent the basic principles of social cooperation from scratch. The wise approach involves careful adaptation of established practices to contemporary circumstances while preserving their essential moral and social functions. Part 3. The exemplary person as living ideal. The concept of the Yunzai represents perhaps Confucius's most revolutionary contribution to moral philosophy. Usually translated as gentleman or exemplary person, Junzi literally means the child or offspring of a ruler. But Confucius completely transformed this aristocratic term by arguing that true nobility depends on character rather than birth, achievement rather than inheritance, and virtue rather than social position. The Yunzi becomes a democratic ideal available to anyone willing to undertake the demanding work of moral and intellectual self-cultivation. The Junzi operates according to what Confucius called internal rather than external motivation. Most people regulate their behavior primarily through fear of punishment, desire for reward, or concern about social approval. The exemplary person has developed an internal moral compass that provides guidance even when external pressures point in the wrong direction. This does not mean the Junzi ignores social expectations or disregards practical consequences, but rather that they evaluate these external factors according to principles of righteousness and long-term human flourishing. Confucius identified several key characteristics that distinguish the Junzi from ordinary people. First, the exemplary person demonstrates what we might call moral consistency across different situations and relationships. They do not act virtuously only when it serves their immediate interests, or when they are being observed by people whose opinions they value. Instead, they maintain the same standards of honesty, kindness, and justice, whether they are dealing with powerful superiors or powerless subordinates, whether they are in public or private, whether they stand to gain or lose from their moral choices. Second, the Junzi exhibits emotional maturity and self-regulation that enables them to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively to challenging circumstances. When faced with criticism, disappointment, or conflict, they do not allow temporary emotions to override their commitment to virtue and wisdom. This emotional stability becomes a source of strength not only for themselves but for everyone around them. People naturally turn to the Junzi for guidance and support during difficult times because they can be trusted to maintain their judgment and compassion even under pressure. Third, the exemplary person demonstrates what Confucius called the ability to see the big picture. They think in terms of long-term consequences rather than immediate gratification, universal principles rather than narrow self-interest, and collective well-being rather than individual advantage. This expanded perspective enables them to make decisions that serve the common good, even when such decisions require personal sacrifice or delayed gratification. The Junzi understands that individual flourishing and social harmony are ultimately inseparable, so actions that benefit the community inevitably benefit the individual in the long run. Fourth, the Junzi cultivates what we might call intellectual humility combined with moral confidence. They recognize the limits of their knowledge and remain open to learning from others regardless of social status or formal education. At the same time, they possess the courage to act on their moral convictions even when such action proves unpopular or personally costly. This combination of intellectual humility and moral confidence enables them to navigate complex situations with both wisdom and integrity. The development of Junzi character requires what Confucius called the integration of learning and practice. Mere intellectual understanding of moral principles proves insufficient without the disciplined application of these principles in daily life. Similarly, good intentions and sincere effort prove inadequate without the knowledge and wisdom necessary for understanding complex moral situations. The exemplary person commits themselves to lifelong learning that encompasses both theoretical understanding and practical application, both individual reflection and social engagement. Confucius emphasized that the Junzi serves as a moral example and teacher for others, but not through preaching or self-righteous behavior. Instead, they influence others primarily through the power of their own transformed character and the quality of their relationships. People naturally gravitate toward those who embody the virtues they admire and aspire to develop in themselves. The Junzi becomes a living demonstration that moral excellence is possible and worthwhile, inspiring others to undertake their own journey of self-cultivation. The relationship between individual moral development and social transformation lies at the heart of the Junzi ideal. Confucius believed that society changes not through revolutionary upheaval or institutional reform, but through the gradual multiplication of exemplary individuals who embody virtue in their daily lives. As more people commit themselves to becoming Junzi, their influence gradually spreads throughout families, communities, and institutions. This creates a ripple effect that eventually transforms the moral climate of entire societies without requiring violence or coercion. The Junzi also demonstrates what Confucius called the proper relationship between tradition and innovation. They deeply respect the wisdom accumulated by previous generations and seek to understand and preserve what remains valuable from the past. At the same time, they possess the intelligence and courage to adapt traditional insights to contemporary circumstances and to reject elements of tradition that no longer serve human flourishing. This balanced approach enables them to serve as bridges between past and future, preserving continuity while enabling necessary change. Part 4. The rectification of names and the power of language. In one of his most subtle yet revolutionary insights, Confucius identified the corruption of language as both a symptom and a cause of social decay. His principle of Zhengming, or the rectification of names, holds that meaningful social reform must begin with the restoration of clarity and precision to the words we use to describe reality. When language becomes confused, distorted, or deliberately misleading, human thinking becomes confused and the possibility of genuine communication and cooperation diminishes. Therefore, the first step towards solving any social problem involves ensuring that we understand what we are actually talking about. The principle operates on multiple levels of human experience. At the most basic level, Zhengming requires that we use words that accurately describe observable reality, rather than words that reflect our wishes, fears, or ideological commitments. When someone calls an act of revenge justice, or when they describe manipulation as love, or when they label selfishness as independence, these linguistic distortions create genuine harm by making it impossible to think clearly about important moral and practical issues. Clear thinking requires clear language, and clear language requires honest attention to the relationship between words and the realities they purport to describe. Confucius understood that language shapes thought at least as much as thought shapes language. The words available to us for describing and analyzing our experience determine what aspects of that experience we notice, remember, and consider important. A culture that lacks precise vocabulary for describing different types of moral failure will have difficulty recognizing and addressing such failures when they occur. Conversely, A culture that possesses rich and nuanced language for describing virtue will be better equipped to cultivate and appreciate virtuous behavior. The rectification of names also applies to social and political roles and relationships. Confucius insisted that much social conflict arises from confusion about the rights and responsibilities that accompany different positions in society. When people claim the privileges of a role without accepting its obligations, or when they try to exercise authority without demonstrating the competence and character that legitimize such authority, the result is injustice and social instability. A parent who demands respect from their children but fails to provide guidance and care misunderstands what it means to be a parent. A ruler who expects obedience from their subjects but governs for personal advantage rather than public welfare misunderstands what it means to be a ruler. A teacher who claims intellectual authority but refuses to engage seriously with challenging questions misunderstands what it means to be a teacher. The process of rectifying names requires both intellectual honesty and moral courage. It demands that we examine our own use of language to identify places where we might be deceiving ourselves or others through imprecise or misleading terminology. This examination often reveals uncomfortable truths about our motivations, behavior, and relationships. It takes courage to acknowledge that what we have been calling love might actually be possessiveness, or that what we have been calling strength might actually be stubbornness, or that what we have been calling wisdom might actually be prejudice. Confucius also recognized that the rectification of names must be undertaken with sensitivity to context and audience. Simply correcting other people's use of language without understanding their perspective or circumstances often creates defensiveness and resentment rather than genuine communication. The wise person learns to model precise language use rather than constantly criticizing the linguistic choices of others. They also develop the ability to translate between different vocabularies and conceptual frameworks, helping people with different backgrounds find common ground for productive dialogue. The political implications of Zhengming extend far beyond mere semantic precision. Confucius understood that authoritarian governments rely heavily on the manipulation of language to maintain power and suppress dissent. When those in authority can control the meaning of words like freedom, justice, security, and patriotism, they can make it difficult for people to articulate criticism or imagine alternatives to existing arrangements. Therefore, the defense of linguistic precision becomes a form of political resistance that helps preserve the possibility of meaningful democratic discourse. At the deepest level, the rectification of names reflects Confucius's belief that reality possesses an objective moral structure that human language and institutions should reflect rather than distort. While we cannot achieve perfect correspondence between our words and the realities they describe, we can strive for increasing accuracy and honesty in our use of language. This striving serves not only practical purposes but also spiritual ones, as it aligns our thinking and communication with what Confucius called the way of heaven. The person who commits themselves to linguistic precision and honesty participates in the larger cosmic process of bringing order and clarity to a world that tends toward confusion and chaos. Part 5. The transformation of learning into wisdom. For Confucius, education represented far more than the acquisition of information or the development of practical skills. True learning involves the comprehensive transformation of human character through the integration of knowledge, virtue, and practical wisdom. This educational vision stands in sharp contrast to contemporary approaches that treat learning primarily as a means to economic advancement or social mobility. While Confucius certainly recognized the practical benefits of education, he insisted that its highest purpose lies in developing the human capacities necessary for creating just and harmonious relationships. The Confucian approach to learning begins with what he called the rectification of the heart or mind. Before you can effectively study external subjects, you must develop the internal qualities necessary for genuine understanding. This includes intellectual humility, the recognition that your current knowledge is limited, and that learning requires openness to perspectives that challenge your existing beliefs. It also includes moral sincerity, the commitment to seek truth rather than merely confirmation of your prejudices. And it includes emotional maturity, the ability to remain patient and persistent when learning becomes difficult or frustrating. Without these foundational qualities, education becomes mere accumulation of facts rather than genuine wisdom. Confucius identified several stages in the development of true learning. The first stage involves the faithful transmission and mastery of existing knowledge. Students must learn to understand and appreciate the insights developed by previous generations before they can hope to contribute original ideas of their own. This requires what we might call intellectual humility and cultural literacy, the recognition that human knowledge is cumulative and that individual genius emerges from deep engagement with inherited wisdom. The person who attempts to start from scratch, ignoring the accumulated knowledge of their predecessors, inevitably reinvents inferior versions of discoveries that have already been made. The second stage involves the critical evaluation and creative adaptation of inherited knowledge to contemporary circumstances. Once students have thoroughly mastered traditional teachings, they develop the ability to recognize which elements remain valuable and which require modification or replacement. This stage requires both intellectual sophistication and moral courage, as it often involves challenging respected authorities and established practices. But such challenges must emerge from deep understanding, rather than superficial rebellion, and they must serve the cause of truth and human flourishing, rather than mere personal ambition. The third and highest stage of learning involves the creative synthesis of knowledge and experience into genuine wisdom. At this level, the boundaries between different fields of study dissolve, and the learner begins to perceive the underlying patterns and principles that connect all aspects of reality. This synthetic vision enables them to address novel problems and situations by drawing upon the full range of their knowledge and experience. More importantly, it enables them to serve as teachers and guides for others who are earlier in their own learning journey. Confucius emphasized that authentic learning must integrate intellectual development with moral cultivation. Knowledge that does not contribute to the development of virtue becomes dangerous because it provides increased power without corresponding increases in wisdom and compassion. The educated person who lacks moral character may use their knowledge to exploit others or to justify their own selfish behavior through sophisticated rationalization. Therefore, true education must simultaneously develop the mind and the heart, ensuring that intellectual growth serves the cause of human flourishing rather than mere personal advantage. The social dimension of learning holds particular importance in Confucian educational philosophy. While individual study and reflection remain essential, the highest forms of learning emerge through dialogue and collaboration with others. When people with different perspectives and areas of expertise engage in genuine conversation, they create insights that none of them could achieve in isolation. This collaborative dimension of learning requires the development of social skills like listening, questioning, and constructive disagreement that serve broader purposes beyond education itself. Confucius also insisted that learning must remain connected to practical application throughout life. Knowledge that exists only in the abstract, disconnected from the challenges of daily existence, lacks both meaning and value. True learning involves the constant movement between reflection and action, theory and practice, understanding and application. This integration ensures that education serves life rather than becoming an escape from life, and that wisdom emerges from the creative interaction between thought and experience. The ultimate goal of Confucian education extends beyond individual self-improvement to encompass social transformation. The educated person bears special responsibility for contributing to the welfare of their community and society. This responsibility flows naturally from the recognition that individual development depends entirely on the support and cooperation of others. The knowledge and opportunities that enable personal growth represent gifts from the broader community that create obligations to give back through teaching, service and leadership. In this way, education becomes a form of moral practice that connects personal fulfillment with social responsibility. Part 6. The Sacred Foundation of Filial Devotion. The concept of filial piety, or xiao, occupies a central position in Confucian philosophy that extends far beyond simple respect for parents. Confucius viewed the family as the fundamental training ground for all virtue, the place where human beings first learn the skills of love, loyalty, sacrifice, and mutual responsibility that make civilization possible. The way you learn to relate to your parents becomes the template for how you will relate to teachers, friends, spouses, children, and fellow citizens throughout your entire life. Therefore, the cultivation of proper family relationships serves as the foundation for all other forms of moral and social development. Filial piety begins with the recognition of debt and gratitude. Your parents brought you into existence, protected you during your most vulnerable years, and invested countless hours and resources in your physical, emotional, and intellectual development. This creates an obligation that can never be fully repaid, but must be acknowledged through lifelong care, respect, and devotion. When you learn to feel genuine gratitude for what your parents have given you, you develop the capacity to appreciate and honor the contributions that others make to your well-being. This recognition of interdependence becomes the foundation for all mature moral reasoning. But Confucius insisted that authentic filial piety involves much more than emotional gratitude or material support. The highest form of filial devotion requires helping your parents become the best versions of themselves by gently correcting their mistakes and encouraging their moral development. This demands extraordinary wisdom and courage because you must balance respect for parental authority with commitment to universal principles of virtue and justice. Blind obedience to parental wishes does not constitute true filial piety if those wishes involve harmful or unethical behavior. The truly devoted child will risk parental displeasure rather than enable parental wrongdoing. The practice of filial piety also requires what Confucius called the cultivation of proper emotions. Simply performing the external actions associated with respect and care proves insufficient if those actions do not flow from genuine feeling. The person who supports their elderly parents out of social obligation or legal requirement, but without genuine love and concern, fails to achieve the transformative effects that filial practice is designed to produce. True xiao involves learning to feel appropriate emotions toward your parents, gratitude for their sacrifices, compassion for their limitations, patience with their declining abilities, and joy in their accomplishments. Confucius understood that filial relationships often involve significant challenges that test the limits of human virtue. Parents may be demanding, unreasonable, or abusive. They may hold values that conflict with your own moral convictions or make requests that seem impossible to fulfill. In such situations, filial piety requires creative wisdom rather than simple compliance. You must find ways to honor your parents' legitimate needs and interests while maintaining your own integrity and serving broader moral purposes. This balancing act develops precisely the kinds of moral skills necessary for navigating complex relationships throughout society. The social implications of filial piety extend far beyond individual families. Confucius believed that societies composed of people who have learned to practice authentic filial devotion will naturally exhibit higher levels of trust, cooperation, and mutual care. When children learn to consider the needs and feelings of their parents, they develop habits of mind and heart that make them better neighbours, colleagues, and citizens. Conversely, societies that fail to cultivate proper family relationships inevitably suffer from higher levels of selfishness, conflict, and social decay. The concept of filial piety also serves as a model for understanding proper relationships with teachers, mentors, and cultural traditions. Just as you owe debts of gratitude to your biological parents, you also owe debts to those who have contributed to your intellectual and moral development. This includes not only individual teachers, but the entire cultural heritage that has shaped your understanding of the world. Proper respect for intellectual and cultural ancestry involves both grateful preservation of valuable traditions and thoughtful adaptation of those traditions to contemporary circumstances. Confucius recognized that the demands of filial piety must be balanced against other moral obligations when conflicts arise. A child whose parents demand that they engage in corrupt business practices or treat other people unjustly faces a genuine moral dilemma that cannot be resolved through simple appeals to filial duty. In such cases, the truly filial child will seek creative solutions that honor their parents while upholding universal principles of justice and compassion. This might involve patient persuasion, seeking the intervention of respected relatives or friends, or in extreme cases, loving but firm resistance to parental demands. The ultimate purpose of filial piety lies in its capacity to develop what we might call moral character that extends beyond family relationships. The person who has learned to practice authentic xiao possesses skills of empathy, loyalty, patience, and self-sacrifice that enhance every aspect of their social existence. They understand how to balance personal autonomy with commitment to others, how to maintain relationships across differences of opinion and value, and how to give and receive care in ways that preserve dignity for everyone involved. These capacities prove essential not only for family life, but for friendship, citizenship, and leadership in all their forms. Part 7. The Moral Architecture of Social Harmony. Confucius developed a comprehensive vision of social organization based on the principle that political stability and collective prosperity depend primarily on the moral character of individuals rather than on institutional structures or legal systems. This perspective, often called the politics of virtue, holds that good government emerges naturally when virtuous people occupy positions of responsibility and authority. Conversely, even the most carefully designed political institutions will fail to produce justice and harmony if they are staffed by corrupt, incompetent, or selfish individuals. Therefore, the most effective approach to social reform involves cultivating virtue throughout society rather than merely rearranging external structures. The foundation of Confucian political philosophy rests on what he called The rectification of relationships. Every person occupies multiple roles throughout their life: child, parent, student, teacher, employee, manager, citizen, and leader. Social problems arise when people fail to understand the rights and responsibilities that accompany these roles, or when they attempt to claim the benefits of a position without accepting its obligations. A parent who demands respect from their children but fails to provide guidance and protection creates confusion and resentment that ripples outward through the entire social fabric. A government official who expects deference from citizens but uses public office for private gain undermines the legitimacy of political authority itself. Confucius identified several key principles that must govern the relationship between rulers and subjects in any well-ordered society. First, political authority derives its legitimacy from moral worthiness rather than from force, tradition, or popular consent alone. Leaders who govern wisely, justly, and compassionately earn the right to be obeyed, because their authority serves the genuine interests of those under their care. Leaders who govern selfishly, cruelly, or incompetently forfeit their claim to obedience and may legitimately be resisted or replaced. This principle establishes moral limits on political power that transcend considerations of legal technicality or procedural correctness. Second, effective leadership requires what Confucius called moral example rather than coercive force. People naturally imitate the behavior they observe in those they respect and admire. A ruler who embodies virtue in their personal conduct will inspire virtue in their subjects, while a corrupt ruler will encourage corruption throughout society regardless of how many laws they pass or how severe the punishments they impose. This principle applies equally to families, schools, businesses, and any other human organization where some people exercise authority over others. Third, good government requires what we might call responsive leadership that remains sensitive to the needs and concerns of ordinary people. Rulers who become isolated from their subjects, surrounded only by flatterers and self-interested advisers, inevitably lose touch with reality and make decisions that harm the very people they are supposed to serve. Effective leaders cultivate multiple channels of honest communication with people at all levels of society, and they demonstrate genuine humility by acknowledging their mistakes and correcting their policies when circumstances change. The Confucian approach to law and punishment emphasizes moral education and social harmony rather than retribution or deterrence. While legal systems serve important functions in maintaining order and protecting the innocent, they cannot substitute for the internal moral compass that guides individual behavior. A society that relies primarily on laws and punishments to control behavior will inevitably breed resentment, rebellion, and creative forms of wrongdoing that circumvent legal restrictions. A society that successfully cultivates virtue throughout its population will require fewer laws and lighter punishments because most people will choose to act ethically from internal conviction rather than external compulsion. Confucius also emphasized the importance of meritocracy in selecting people for positions of responsibility and authority. Social harmony suffers when important roles are filled based on hereditary status, personal connections, or political favoritism rather than demonstrated competence and character. The most effective approach to governance involves identifying and promoting individuals who possess both the skills and the moral qualities necessary for serving the common good. This requires educational and assessment systems that can accurately evaluate character as well as ability. And it requires political leaders who possess the wisdom and integrity to put collective welfare ahead of personal or factional advantage. The relationship between individual moral development and social transformation lies at the heart of Confucian political philosophy. You cannot create a just society without developing just individuals, and you cannot fully develop as a person without contributing to the improvement of your community. This insight transforms political engagement from a mere struggle for power into a form of moral practice, where working for social justice becomes an essential part of personal spiritual development. The person who seeks political change while neglecting their own character development will likely reproduce the very problems they claim to oppose. The person who focuses solely on personal virtue while ignoring social injustice fails to understand the interconnected nature of individual and collective flourishing. Confucian social philosophy also recognizes the importance of what we might call cultural and economic foundations for political stability. Societies torn by extreme inequality, cultural conflict, or economic insecurity will struggle to maintain justice and harmony regardless of their political structures. Therefore, effective governance requires attention to education, economic opportunity, cultural preservation and social welfare, as well as to more narrowly political issues. The wise ruler understands that political authority depends ultimately on the consent and cooperation of the governed, which in turn depends on their perception that the government serves their legitimate interests and values. Part 8. The Mandate of Heaven and Cosmic Order. The concept of the Mandate of Heaven represents one of Confucius's most profound contributions to political and moral philosophy. Unlike many religious traditions that locate ultimate authority in the will of personal deities, the Mandate of Heaven describes an impersonal moral force that governs the universe and establishes objective standards for human behavior. This cosmic principle ensures that virtuous actions ultimately lead to beneficial consequences, while evil actions eventually result in harmful outcomes, not through supernatural intervention, but through the natural operation of moral law at the deepest level of reality. Understanding and aligning yourself with this cosmic order becomes the key to achieving both personal fulfillment and social harmony. The political implications of the Mandate of Heaven proved revolutionary in Confucius's historical context. Traditional Chinese political theory held that emperors ruled by divine right, deriving their authority from their status as sons of heaven, regardless of their personal character or governmental performance. Confucius transformed this concept by arguing that political legitimacy depends on moral worthiness rather than hereditary succession or military conquest. A ruler maintains the mandate of heaven only as long as they govern wisely, justly, and compassionately in service of their people's genuine welfare. When a government becomes corrupt, oppressive, or incompetent, it loses the cosmic authorization to rule and may legitimately be resisted or replaced. This principle established moral limits on political power that transcended legal technicalities and procedural formalities. Even a ruler who possessed formal legal authority and controlled the instruments of state power could lose their legitimate claim to obedience if they violated the moral principles embedded in the cosmic order. The Mandate of Heaven thus provided a framework for principled resistance to tyranny that grounded political opposition in universal moral law rather than mere personal preference or factional interest. This made revolutionary change not only permissible but morally obligatory when peaceful reform proved impossible. But the Mandate of Heaven operates not only at the level of large-scale political change, but also in the daily moral choices of ordinary individuals. Each person possesses what we might call a personal mandate that defines their unique role and responsibilities within the larger cosmic order. Your particular talents, circumstances, opportunities and relationships create specific obligations that only you can fulfill. Living according to your personal mandate means discovering and embracing your distinctive contribution to the overall pattern of existence, finding the intersection between your individual capacities and the world's needs. The process of discerning your personal mandate requires what Confucius called careful attention to both internal and external factors. Internally, you must develop self-knowledge about your genuine talents, deep values and authentic aspirations rather than the superficial desires and social expectations that often mask your true calling. Externally, you must cultivate sensitivity to the needs and opportunities present in your particular historical and social context. Your personal mandate emerges at the intersection of these internal and external factors, the place where your authentic self can make its most valuable contribution to the collective welfare. Confucius understood that following the mandate of heaven often requires significant personal sacrifice and the courage to act against immediate self-interest. The cosmic order operates according to long-term principles of justice and harmony that may conflict with short-term considerations of pleasure, profit or convenience. Living according to your mandate might require challenging unjust authority, accepting financial hardship in service of principle, or prioritizing collective welfare over personal advantage. But Confucius insisted that such sacrifices ultimately serve your deepest interests because they align your life with the fundamental structure of reality. The mandate of heaven also provides a framework for understanding historical change and social development. Societies and civilizations rise and fall according to their alignment with or deviation from cosmic moral principles. Periods of peace, prosperity, and cultural flourishing occur when human institutions embody virtue and serve genuine human needs. Periods of conflict, decay, and suffering occur when human institutions become corrupt and serve only the narrow interests of those in power. This cyclical view of history suggests that social progress requires constant moral vigilance and renewal rather than assuming that beneficial changes will automatically endure. The concept also addresses the problem of suffering and injustice that appears to contradict the idea of a morally ordered universe. Confucius acknowledged that virtuous individuals sometimes experience hardship, while evil people sometimes appear to prosper. But he argued that the mandate of heaven operates across longer timescales than individual human lives, and that moral consequences often manifest through social and cultural effects rather than direct personal rewards and punishments. The virtuous person contributes to the overall improvement of human civilization, even when they do not directly benefit from their moral choices. At the deepest level, the mandate of heaven represents Confucius's attempt to ground human morality in objective reality rather than subjective preference or cultural convention. Moral principles derive their authority not from human opinion or social agreement, but from their correspondence to the fundamental structure of existence itself. This objective foundation for ethics provides stability and universality that enables meaningful moral discourse across different cultures and historical periods. At the same time, it requires humility and ongoing inquiry because human understanding of cosmic principles remains partial and subject to revision through experience and reflection. Part 9. The Golden Thread of Reciprocity. At the foundation of Confucian ethics lies a principle so fundamental that it appears in various forms throughout his entire philosophical system: the imperative of reciprocity, or shu. This concept encompasses both the positive formulation, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and the negative formulation, do not do unto others what you would not want them to do unto you. But reciprocity in the Confucian sense involves far more than these simple maxims suggest. It represents a comprehensive approach to moral reasoning that transforms how you understand your relationships with other people and your responsibilities toward the broader community. The power of reciprocity lies in its ability to bridge the gap between self-interest and moral obligation. Most ethical systems struggle with the problem of motivating people to act virtuously when virtue conflicts with immediate personal advantage. Reciprocity solves this problem by showing that genuine self-interest, properly understood, requires consideration for the welfare of others. The person who consistently treats others with kindness, honesty, and respect creates a social environment where they are more likely to receive kind, honest, and respectful treatment in return. This is not merely a matter of calculated exchange, but rather a recognition that individual flourishing depends fundamentally on the quality of your relationships with other people. But Confucian reciprocity demands more sophisticated moral reasoning than simple tit-for-tat exchanges. Treating others as you would wish to be treated requires the imaginative ability to understand what others actually need for their well-being and development, rather than projecting your own preferences onto them. A parent who gives their children whatever they request demonstrates a superficial understanding of reciprocity. A parent who provides appropriate guidance, discipline and challenge based on what their children need for healthy development demonstrates genuine reciprocal care. This distinction requires wisdom, empathy, and often the courage to act in ways that may be temporarily unwelcome, but ultimately beneficial. The principle of reciprocity also extends beyond individual relationships to encompass your obligations towards society as a whole. Just as you benefit from the efforts of countless other people, you bear responsibility for contributing to the common good in proportion to your abilities and opportunities. The education you received, the infrastructure you use, the cultural heritage you enjoy, and the security you take for granted all represent gifts from previous generations and your contemporary fellow citizens. Reciprocity demands that you find ways to give back to the community that has made your own development and prosperity possible. Confucius recognized that the practice of reciprocity requires the development of several interconnected moral capacities. First, you must cultivate empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, even when their circumstances differ significantly from your own. This involves both emotional sensitivity and intellectual imagination as you work to comprehend experiences that may be foreign to your personal background. Second, you must develop what we might call moral imagination, the capacity to envision how your actions will affect others across time and space. Many harmful behaviors result not from malicious intent but from failure to consider their broader consequences for other people's well-being. Third, reciprocity requires the cultivation of practical wisdom that enables you to apply general moral principles to specific situations with sensitivity to context and circumstance. The same action might be appropriate in one situation and inappropriate in another, depending on the needs and characteristics of the people involved. Effective reciprocal care requires the ability to read situations accurately and respond with flexibility, while maintaining consistency in your underlying commitment to others' welfare. The temporal dimension of reciprocity holds particular importance in Confucian thought. Your obligations extend not only to present relationships, but also to past and future generations. You owe debts of gratitude to those who sacrificed for your benefit, and you bear responsibilities toward those who will inherit the consequences of your current choices. This expanded temporal perspective encourages long-term thinking and helps counteract the tendency to prioritize immediate gratification over sustainable flourishing. Confucius also understood that reciprocity must be practiced with attention to what we might call proportionality and appropriateness. Treating everyone exactly the same, regardless of your relationship with them or their behavior toward you, demonstrates misunderstanding rather than virtue. You naturally owe different types and levels of care to family members, friends, colleagues, and strangers. Similarly, you may appropriately respond differently to those who have treated you well versus those who have caused harm, while still maintaining basic respect for their human dignity. The art of reciprocity involves navigating these complex considerations with wisdom and consistency. At the deepest level, the principle of reciprocity reflects Confucian insights about the fundamental interconnectedness of human existence. Your well-being depends not only on your individual efforts, but on the cooperation and goodwill of countless other people whose contributions you may never fully recognize. This recognition of interdependence naturally generates feelings of gratitude and responsibility that motivate reciprocal care. The person who truly understands how much they depend on others cannot help but feel obligated to contribute their own efforts toward the collective welfare that makes individual flourishing possible. Part 10. Righteousness as the foundation of character. The concept of righteousness, or yai, represents one of the most demanding and elevating aspects of Confucian moral philosophy. Yi involves the unwavering commitment to do what is morally correct regardless of personal cost, social pressure, or convenient rationalization. Unlike mere rule-following or conventional morality, righteousness requires the development of internal moral judgment that can navigate complex situations where competing values conflict and where external authorities provide inadequate guidance. The person who embodies Yi possesses what we might call moral courage, the strength to act on their deepest convictions, even when such action proves difficult or dangerous. Confucius distinguished between several different types of motivation that might lead people to behave in apparently virtuous ways. Some people act ethically primarily from fear of punishment or desire for reward, while others conform to social expectations in order to maintain their reputation or social standing. Still others follow moral rules out of habit or training without genuine understanding of their underlying purpose. While these motivations may produce beneficial behavior, they do not constitute true righteousness because they depend on external factors rather than internal moral conviction. The righteous person acts virtuously because they recognize that virtue represents the only way of living that honors their deepest nature and serves their highest purposes. The development of righteousness requires what Confucius called the cultivation of moral sensitivity and practical wisdom. Many moral failures result not from conscious choice to do evil, but from inability to recognize moral dimensions of apparently mundane situations. The person who embodies yai has trained themselves to notice when their actions affect other people's well-being, to consider long-term consequences of their choices, and to identify conflicts between competing moral obligations. This moral alertness becomes second nature through practice and reflection, enabling them to respond appropriately to ethical challenges, even under pressure or uncertainty. Righteousness also demands the courage to challenge unjust authority and resist social pressure when these forces conflict with moral principle. This aspect of Yi proved particularly important in Confucius's historical context, where loyalty to superiors was considered one of the highest virtues. But Confucius insisted that true loyalty sometimes requires disobedience when superiors command actions that violate moral law. The righteous person serves higher principles than personal convenience or social harmony, and they accept the personal costs that such service sometimes requires. This does not mean the righteous person seeks conflict or enjoys confrontation, but rather that they refuse to compromise their fundamental moral commitments for the sake of avoiding difficulty. The practice of righteousness involves what we might call moral creativity, the ability to find ways of serving moral purposes even in challenging circumstances. Rigid adherence to moral rules without sensitivity to context can sometimes produce harmful consequences that contradict the spirit of the rules themselves. The righteous person develops the wisdom to distinguish between the letter and the spirit of moral law, following principles rather than mere formulas. This requires ongoing moral education and reflection as you encounter new situations that test your understanding of how moral principles apply in practice. Confucius understood that righteousness must be balanced with other virtues to avoid becoming mere self-righteousness or moral fanaticism. Yi without Ren becomes harsh and unforgiving, while Yi without wisdom becomes naive and potentially destructive. The fully developed moral character integrates righteousness with compassion, wisdom, and appropriate sensitivity to context. This integration enables the righteous person to serve moral purposes while maintaining loving relationships and contributing to social harmony rather than merely standing in judgment of others' moral failures. The social dimension of righteousness extends beyond individual moral choices to encompass responsibility for addressing systemic injustice and collective moral failures. The person who embodies Yi cannot remain content with personal virtue while ignoring broader patterns of suffering and oppression that they have the power to address. This creates obligations for civic engagement, charitable service, and advocacy for social reform that go beyond mere personal morality. Righteousness thus becomes a form of active engagement with the world rather than passive adherence to abstract principles. Confucius also recognized that the pursuit of righteousness often involves significant personal sacrifice and the acceptance of outcomes that may seem unfair from a narrow perspective. The righteous person may lose opportunities for advancement, wealth, or social approval as a result of their moral choices. But Confucius insisted that such losses pale in comparison to the spiritual corruption that results from compromising fundamental moral principles. The person who maintains their integrity preserves what is most essential to their humanity, while the person who sacrifices virtue for external advantage loses their true self in the process. At the deepest level, righteousness represents alignment with what Confucius called the way of heaven, the cosmic moral order that governs all existence. Acting righteously means participating in the fundamental structure of reality rather than opposing it through selfish or harmful behavior. This alignment brings a sense of meaning and purpose that transcends immediate circumstances and connects individual action to universal moral principles. The righteous person lives with the confidence that comes from knowing their life serves purposes larger than personal gratification or material success. Part 11. Wisdom as the integration of knowledge and virtue. In Confucian philosophy, wisdom, or zi, represents far more than intellectual cleverness or accumulated information. True wisdom involves the seamless integration of knowledge, virtue, and practical judgment that enables effective action in service of human flourishing. The wise person possesses not only understanding of facts and principles, but also the moral sensitivity and practical skill necessary for applying that understanding appropriately in complex real-world situations. This integration distinguishes wisdom from mere intelligence or scholarship, and explains why Confucius considered wisdom one of the highest human achievements. Confucian wisdom begins with what we might call intellectual humility, the recognition that human knowledge remains limited and subject to error, regardless of how much we have learned. This humility prevents the arrogance that often accompanies intellectual achievement and keeps the wise person open to learning from others regardless of their social status or formal education. The truly wise person knows the boundaries of their knowledge and readily admits when they do not understand something, rather than pretending to possess expertise they lack. This intellectual honesty enables continued learning throughout life and prevents the stagnation that results from false confidence in one's current understanding. But intellectual humility must be balanced with what Confucius called moral confidence, the courage to act on well-established principles even when such action proves unpopular or personally costly. The wise person does not allow appropriate intellectual modesty to become paralysis or moral relativism. While remaining open to new information and alternative perspectives, they possess sufficient conviction in fundamental moral principles to guide their behavior and provide leadership for others. This balance between humility and confidence enables the wise person to remain both teachable and decisive as circumstances require. The development of wisdom requires what Confucius called the integration of learning and reflection. Mere accumulation of information without thoughtful consideration of its meaning and implications leads to confusion rather than understanding. Similarly, abstract thinking that remains disconnected from practical experience tends toward irrelevant speculation that serves no useful purpose. True wisdom emerges from the dynamic interaction between acquiring knowledge and reflecting deeply on its significance for living well and serving others effectively. This process continues throughout life as new experiences test and refine your understanding of previously learned principles. Confucian wisdom also emphasizes the importance of what we might call contextual judgment, the ability to apply universal principles appropriately to particular situations. The same moral principle might require different actions in different circumstances depending on the people involved, the available resources, and the broader social context. For example, the principle of honesty might require gentle truth-telling in one situation and more direct confrontation in another, depending on what approach will most effectively serve the well-being of those involved. The wise person develops the sensitivity and flexibility necessary for navigating such complex considerations without abandoning their fundamental moral commitments. The temporal dimension of wisdom holds particular importance in Confucian thought. The wise person thinks in terms of long-term consequences rather than immediate gratification, considering how current choices will affect not only themselves but also their families, communities, and future generations. This expanded temporal perspective enables better decision-making because it includes factors that short-term thinking often overlooks. The person who develops this long-term perspective naturally becomes more patient, more willing to invest effort in projects that may not yield immediate benefits, and more committed to sustainable rather than exploitative approaches to achieving their goals. Confucius understood that wisdom necessarily includes what we might call emotional intelligence, the ability to understand and appropriately respond to your own emotions and those of others. Intellectual understanding without emotional maturity leads to poor judgment because emotions provide essential information about values, relationships, and consequences that purely rational analysis might miss. The wise person learns to neither suppress emotions nor be controlled by them, but rather to integrate emotional awareness with rational reflection in service of good judgment. This emotional wisdom proves particularly important in leadership roles where your emotional state significantly affects others. The social dimension of wisdom involves the recognition that individual understanding remains incomplete without the perspectives and insights of others. The wise person actively seeks out dialogue with people who possess different backgrounds, expertise, and viewpoints, rather than surrounding themselves only with those who confirm their existing beliefs. This collaborative approach to wisdom recognizes that complex problems typically require multiple perspectives and diverse forms of knowledge to address effectively. The person who isolates themselves from alternative viewpoints inevitably develops blind spots that limit their effectiveness and may lead to serious errors in judgment. At the highest level, Confucian wisdom involves what we might call synthetic understanding, the ability to perceive underlying patterns and connections that unify apparently disparate areas of knowledge and experience. The truly wise person develops a coherent worldview that integrates insights from multiple domains of learning and enables them to address novel situations by drawing upon the full range of their understanding. This synthetic capacity emerges gradually through years of study, reflection, and practical application, representing the culmination of lifelong moral and intellectual development. The wise person becomes a source of guidance and inspiration for others precisely because they have achieved this integration of knowledge, virtue, and practical effectiveness. Part 12. The Harmony of Music and Moral Cultivation. One of the most distinctive and sophisticated aspects of Confucian philosophy concerns the relationship between music and moral development. For Confucius, music represented far more than entertainment or aesthetic pleasure. It served as a powerful technology for character transformation that could shape emotions, refine sensibilities, and create social harmony in ways that rational argument and moral exhortation could never achieve. The person who learns to appreciate and perform music of high quality develops capacities for beauty, order, and emotional refinement that enhance every aspect of their moral and social existence. Therefore, musical education becomes an essential component of comprehensive human development rather than merely an optional cultural ornament. Confucius understood music as operating on multiple levels of human experience simultaneously. At the most immediate level, music affects your emotional state, creating feelings of joy, solemnity, peace, or excitement that can either support or undermine your commitment to virtue. Music that celebrates noble emotions and worthy aspirations gradually shapes your character by making virtue feel attractive and natural. Music that glorifies selfish desire, violence, or degradation gradually corrupts your character by making vice seem appealing and normal. Therefore, the choice of what music to listen to and perform becomes a moral decision with significant consequences for your long-term development. At a deeper level, music trains what we might call aesthetic sensitivity that proves essential for moral judgment. The ability to distinguish between harmony and discord, between elegant proportion and crude excess, between genuine expression and artificial manipulation, transfers directly from musical experience to moral evaluation. The person who has learned to appreciate subtlety, balance and refinement in music develop similar capacities for recognizing these qualities in human behavior and social arrangements. This aesthetic education makes the person naturally attracted to virtue and repelled by vice, because virtue possesses the same qualities of harmony and proportion that characterize beautiful music. Confucius also emphasized the social dimensions of musical experience. When people sing or play music together, they must learn to coordinate their individual contributions in service of a collective outcome that transcends what any individual could achieve alone. This collaborative dimension of musical performance provides excellent training for the kinds of cooperation and mutual adjustment required for successful family life, effective work relationships, and harmonious citizenship. The skills needed for ensemble musical performance, listening carefully to others, maintaining your own part while supporting the whole, adjusting to changing tempos and dynamics, translate directly into the abilities required for building and maintaining healthy communities. The relationship between music and ritual holds particular importance in Confucian thought. Music accompanies and enhances ritual practices by creating appropriate emotional atmospheres and helping participants feel the full significance of ceremonial occasions. The music performed at weddings helps create feelings of joy and hope, while funeral music helps generate appropriate sadness and reverence for the deceased. This emotional dimension of ritual proves essential for its transformative effects because mere external compliance with ritual forms lacks the power to reshape character. Music provides the emotional content that makes ritual practice psychologically meaningful rather than merely formal. Confucius distinguished between different types of music based on their moral and social effects. Music that embodies the values of a virtuous civilization promotes social harmony and individual character development. Such music demonstrates qualities like moderation, elegance, emotional depth, and respect for tradition, while remaining accessible to people from different social backgrounds. Music that reflects the values of a corrupt or declining civilization promotes selfishness, excess, and social discord. Such music may be technically impressive or emotionally powerful, but it lacks the moral substance necessary for supporting human flourishing over the long term. The educational implications of Confucian musical theory extend far beyond formal musical training. Any educational program that aims to develop complete human beings must include aesthetic education that cultivates appreciation for beauty, harmony, and proportion in all their forms. This aesthetic dimension of education proves particularly important in contemporary contexts where technological and economic pressures often crowd out attention to beauty and cultural refinement. The person who grows up without exposure to great music, literature, visual arts, and other forms of cultural achievement lacks essential resources for understanding what human life can become at its best. Confucius also recognized that musical taste and musical production serve as indicators of social and political health. Societies that create and appreciate music characterized by harmony, refinement, and moral substance tend to exhibit these same qualities in their political institutions and social relationships. Societies that prefer music characterized by chaos, crude emotion, or nihilistic themes tend to exhibit corresponding problems in their collective life. This connection between aesthetic and moral culture means that attention to musical education and cultural policy becomes a form of preventive medicine for social problems. At the deepest level, Confucian musical philosophy reflects the broader principle that human flourishing requires attention to beauty as well as truth and goodness. The person who develops only intellectual and moral capacities while neglecting aesthetic sensitivity lacks something essential for complete human development. Music provides unique access to forms of meaning and value that cannot be adequately expressed through rational discourse or moral argument alone. Therefore, musical cultivation becomes not merely an enhancement to moral development, but an integral component of the process by which human beings realize their full potential for wisdom, virtue, and happiness. Part 13. The Way of Heaven and Human Destiny. The concept of the Way, or Tao, represents one of the most profound and complex elements in Confucian philosophy. While this term would later become central to Taoist thought, Confucius used Tao to describe the underlying moral structure of reality that provides both the pattern for human behavior and the ultimate source of meaning and purpose in existence. The Way represents something larger than human convention or individual preference. It describes objective moral principles embedded in the very fabric of the universe that human beings must discover, understand, and follow if they hope to achieve genuine fulfillment and contribute to cosmic harmony. For Confucius, the way of heaven manifests itself through observable patterns in both natural and human affairs. Just as the physical world operates according to reliable laws that enable prediction and understanding, the moral world operates according to principles that ensure beneficial consequences for virtuous actions and harmful consequences for evil actions. This does not mean that good people never suffer, or that evil people never prosper in the short term, but rather that virtue and vice have inherent tendencies that manifest themselves over longer periods and broader scales of human experience. The person who aligns their life with the Way participates in these cosmic patterns and thereby achieves a form of harmony that transcends individual circumstances. The relationship between the heavenly way and human nature holds central importance in Confucian thought. Confucius believed that human beings possess innate capacities for virtue that reflect our participation in the cosmic moral order. Your deepest nature as a human being aligns with the principles of benevolence, righteousness, wisdom and ritual propriety that govern the universe itself. Therefore, developing virtue does not require you to suppress or transcend your humanity, but rather to fulfill it by actualizing your highest potential. The person who cultivates virtue becomes more authentically human rather than less so. But Confucius also recognized that human nature requires careful cultivation and guidance to manifest its virtuous potential. Left to themselves, people often fall into patterns of selfishness, short-sightedness, and emotional reactivity that obscure their connection to the cosmic order. The pressures of survival, the influence of bad examples, and the complexity of social existence can all interfere with the natural development of virtue. Therefore, education, ritual practice, moral reflection, and social institutions that support virtue become essential for helping people discover and follow the way in their individual lives. The temporal dimensions of the way extend across multiple scales from individual moments to historical epochs. In your daily choices, following the way means acting according to principles of virtue, rather than immediate convenience or emotional impulse. Over the course of your lifetime, following the way means developing your character and capabilities in service of purposes larger than personal gratification or material success. Across generations and centuries, following the way means contributing to the gradual improvement of human civilization through moral example, wise governance, cultural creativity, and the preservation of valuable traditions. Confucius understood that individual destiny and cosmic purpose intersect in what he called the rectification of your personal mandate. Each person receives what we might call a unique calling that defines their particular role in the larger pattern of existence. This calling emerges from the intersection of your individual talents, circumstances and opportunities with the needs and possibilities present in your historical moment. Following the way means discovering this personal mandate and dedicating your life to fulfilling it with excellence and integrity, regardless of external recognition or reward. The social and political implications of the way extend to questions of governance and collective organization. Human institutions and practices either support or interfere with people's ability to follow the way in their individual lives. Just government creates conditions that encourage virtue and discourage vice, making it easier for people to develop their moral potential and contribute to collective flourishing. Corrupt government creates conditions that reward selfishness and punish virtue, making it much more difficult for people to live according to cosmic moral principles. Therefore, political reform becomes a form of spiritual practice that serves the ultimate purpose of aligning human society with the cosmic order. The epistemological challenges of understanding the way require what Confucius called the integration of study, reflection, and practice. The cosmic moral order cannot be grasped through purely theoretical analysis because it reveals itself primarily through lived experience and practical engagement with moral challenges. At the same time, unreflective experience lacks the depth and perspective necessary for discerning universal principles from particular circumstances. Understanding the way requires the constant movement between action and reflection, experience and analysis, individual insight and collective wisdom that characterizes the highest forms of learning. At the deepest level, the way represents Confucius's response to fundamental questions about the meaning and purpose of human existence. Rather than viewing life as essentially meaningless or reducing human purpose to individual pleasure and success, Confucian philosophy locates individual fulfillment within a cosmic context that gives ultimate significance to moral choice and character development. The person who follows the way participates in something infinitely larger than themselves, while simultaneously realizing their most authentic individual potential. This integration of personal fulfillment and cosmic purpose provides a foundation for meaning that can sustain commitment to virtue, even in the face of suffering, opposition, and apparent failure. Part 14. Self-cultivation as lifelong practice. The concept of self-cultivation, or shuyang, represents the practical heart of Confucian philosophy. Unlike philosophical systems that focus primarily on theoretical understanding or external institutional reform, Confucianism places the transformation of individual character at the center of both personal fulfillment and social progress. Self-cultivation involves the systematic development of your moral, intellectual, and aesthetic capacities through disciplined practice that continues throughout your entire life. This ongoing process of character development requires both deep self-knowledge and practical methods for gradually reshaping your habits of thought, feeling, and behavior in alignment with virtue and wisdom. The foundation of authentic self-cultivation lies in what Confucius called the examination of conscience and the rectification of the heart. Before you can effectively work on developing virtue, you must achieve honest understanding of your current character, including both strengths and weaknesses. This self-examination requires the courage to acknowledge uncomfortable truths about your motivations, behavior patterns, and moral failures without falling into either self-hatred or defensive rationalization. The person who cannot see themselves clearly lacks the foundation necessary for genuine improvement. because they will address symptoms rather than underlying causes of moral and intellectual limitations. Confucian self-cultivation emphasizes the importance of what we might call gradual transformation through consistent daily practice rather than dramatic conversion experiences or sudden insight. Character change occurs through the accumulation of small choices and incremental improvements that eventually reach a tipping point where virtue becomes natural and spontaneous. Each act of patience strengthens your capacity for future patience. Each moment of honest self-reflection increases your self-knowledge, and each choice to prioritize long-term values over immediate impulses develops your moral will. This process requires extraordinary persistence because progress often occurs so slowly as to be nearly imperceptible in the short term. The integration of learning and practice holds central importance in the cultivation process. Theoretical knowledge of moral principles proves insufficient without practical application in real-world situations that test your understanding and commitment. Similarly, good intentions and sincere effort prove inadequate without the knowledge and wisdom necessary for understanding complex moral situations and choosing appropriate responses. Effective self-cultivation requires constant movement between study and application, reflection and action, individual contemplation and social engagement. This integration ensures that your development remains grounded in reality rather than becoming mere abstract speculation or wishful thinking. Confucius identified several key practices that support the cultivation of character and wisdom. First comes what we might call mindful attention to your ordinary daily activities, approaching routine tasks with consciousness and intention rather than mechanical habit. The way you speak to family members, your behavior during meals, your response to frustration and disappointment all provide opportunities for moral development if approached with appropriate awareness. Second comes regular reflection on your choices and their consequences, developing the habit of reviewing your behavior to identify patterns that serve virtue and patterns that undermine it. Third comes the study of worthy examples both from history and from your contemporary community, learning from those who have successfully embodied the virtues you seek to develop. The social dimension of self-cultivation recognizes that character development occurs within relationships rather than in isolation. The virtues you seek to develop can only be practiced and tested through interactions with other people who provide both opportunities for virtue and challenges that reveal your limitations. Moreover, the support and feedback of trusted friends, family members and mentors proves essential for maintaining motivation and gaining objective perspective on your progress. The person who attempts self-cultivation without community involvement inevitably develops blind spots and may fall into self-deception about their actual level of development. Confucian cultivation also emphasizes the importance of what we might call emotional education and regulation. Many moral failures result not from intellectual confusion about right and wrong, but from inability to manage emotions appropriately in challenging situations. The cultivation process includes learning to recognize emotional patterns, understand their underlying causes, and develop healthy responses that serve virtue rather than merely expressing immediate feeling. This does not mean suppressing emotions or becoming emotionally numb, but rather developing the wisdom to experience emotions fully while preventing them from overwhelming your judgment or compromising your moral commitments. The relationship between self-cultivation and service to others holds particular significance in Confucian thought. Personal moral development creates both the capacity and the obligation to contribute to the welfare of your family, community, and society. The virtues you develop through cultivation naturally express themselves in improved relationships, more effective leadership, and greater ability to address social problems. At the same time, service to others provides essential opportunities for testing and refining your character development while preventing self-cultivation from becoming mere self-indulgence. At the highest levels, self-cultivation aims toward what Confucius called the achievement of integrated character, where virtue becomes spontaneous and effortless. The person who reaches this level of development no longer struggles constantly with moral choice because their transformed character naturally expresses itself in wise and compassionate action. This integration represents not the elimination of challenge or difficulty, but rather the development of sufficient wisdom and virtue to navigate complexity while maintaining essential moral commitments. Such individuals become sources of guidance and inspiration for others, precisely because they embody the possibility of genuine human transformation through disciplined practice and sustained commitment to excellence. Part 15. Leadership through moral example. The Confucian understanding of leadership differs radically from contemporary approaches that emphasize charisma, strategic manipulation, or the exercise of coercive power. For Confucius, true leadership emerges from moral authority rather than institutional position, from the power of example rather than the force of command, and from the ability to inspire virtue in others rather than merely secure compliance with orders. This approach to leadership applies equally to families, schools, businesses, and political institutions because all human organizations depend ultimately on the quality of relationships between those who exercise authority and those who accept guidance. The leader who embodies virtue creates conditions that enable everyone under their influence to develop their own moral and intellectual potential. The foundation of Confucian leadership lies in what we might call the cultivation of personal moral authority through exemplary character development. People naturally respect and follow those who demonstrate the virtues they admire and aspire to develop in themselves. The leader who consistently acts with integrity, wisdom, and genuine concern for others gradually earns the trust and loyalty that make effective leadership possible. This moral authority proves far more powerful and enduring than authority based on position, wealth, or fear because it appeals to the highest aspirations of human nature rather than exploiting its weaknesses. Confucian leadership emphasizes the importance of what we might call transformational rather than merely transactional relationships with followers. The transactional leader focuses primarily on exchanging rewards and punishments for compliance with orders and achievement of predetermined goals. The transformational leader seeks to develop the capabilities and character of those under their authority, helping them become more effective, more virtuous, and more capable of exercising leadership themselves. This developmental approach to leadership creates multiplication effects where the leader's influence extends far beyond their direct actions to encompass the improved contributions of everyone they have helped to grow. The practice of leadership through moral example requires what Confucius called the integration of personal consistency with situational sensitivity. Effective leaders maintain core principles and values, regardless of changing circumstances, providing the stability and predictability that others need for security and direction. At the same time, they demonstrate the flexibility and wisdom necessary for adapting their specific approaches to different people and situations without compromising their fundamental commitments. This balance between consistency and adaptability enables them to provide both reliable guidance and appropriate responsiveness to the diverse needs of those they serve. Confucian leadership also emphasizes the importance of what we might call humble service rather than self-aggrandizement or personal advancement. The true leader understands their authority as a tool for serving others rather than an opportunity for personal benefit or ego satisfaction. This service orientation naturally generates the respect and cooperation that make leadership effective, while preventing the corruption that often accompanies positions of power and influence. The leader who seeks primarily to serve will find that others naturally want to follow, while the leader who seeks primarily to be served will discover that their authority gradually erodes regardless of their formal position. The educational dimension of Confucian leadership holds particular importance for long-term organizational health and effectiveness. Great leaders invest significant time and energy in developing the next generation of leaders rather than hoarding power or creating dependency relationships. They share knowledge generously, delegate meaningful responsibilities, provide honest feedback, and create opportunities for others to develop their leadership capabilities through gradually increasing challenges. This developmental approach ensures organizational continuity and improvement across generations, while fulfilling the leader's obligation to contribute to human flourishing beyond their immediate sphere of influence. The relationship between individual leadership style and broader cultural values holds central importance in Confucian thought. Leaders inevitably shape the moral climate of their organizations through their example, their decisions, and their responses to various situations that arise. The leader who demonstrates honesty, fairness, and concern for others gradually creates a culture where these values become normal and expected. The leader who tolerates or engages in corruption, favoritism, or exploitation gradually creates a culture where these behaviors spread throughout the organization. Therefore, leadership becomes a form of moral responsibility that extends far beyond immediate practical outcomes to encompass the character development of all those affected by the leader's influence. Confucian leadership also recognizes the importance of what we might call principled decision-making that considers long-term consequences and universal moral principles rather than merely immediate advantage or popular opinion. Effective leaders often must make difficult choices that require short-term sacrifice in service of long-term benefit, or that involve standing against popular but misguided demands. The leader who possesses sufficient moral courage to make such principled decisions earns deeper respect and more lasting influence than the leader who merely follows the path of least resistance or tells people what they want to hear. At the highest level, Confucian leadership aims toward what we might call the creation of self-governing communities, where external control becomes less necessary because people have internalized the values and capabilities necessary for cooperative flourishing. The ultimate success of leadership lies not in the leader's indispensability, but in their ability to develop others to the point where formal leadership becomes less critical for maintaining organizational health and effectiveness. This vision of leadership as ultimately self-eliminating reflects the broader Confucian goal of creating human communities based on virtue and wisdom rather than merely power and obedience. The leader who achieves this level of success has contributed not only to immediate organizational goals, but to the broader human project of creating just and harmonious societies. Part 16. The Sacred Bonds of Friendship. Confucian philosophy places extraordinary emphasis on friendship as one of the most important relationships for moral development and human flourishing. Unlike family relationships that are given by birth, or political relationships that are determined by circumstance, friendship represents a voluntary bond based on mutual respect, shared values, and commitment to each other's growth and well-being. The friends you choose and the quality of friendship you cultivate both reflect and shape your character in profound ways that extend far beyond the immediate pleasure of companionship. Therefore, the art of friendship becomes an essential component of the moral life rather than merely a source of entertainment or social connection. Confucius distinguished between several different levels of friendship based on their depth and moral significance. At the most superficial level are relationships based primarily on mutual advantage or shared pleasure that dissolve when circumstances change or immediate benefits disappear. While such relationships may serve useful practical purposes, they lack the depth and stability necessary for genuine moral support and character development. At the highest level are friendships based on shared commitment to virtue and wisdom that endure across time and circumstance because they rest on the most fundamental and permanent aspects of human nature. These deep friendships become sources of moral strength and insight that enhance every aspect of your existence. The development of authentic friendship requires what Confucius called the cultivation of loyalty and trustworthiness in your own character. Before you can expect others to treat you as a true friend, you must demonstrate the qualities that make friendship possible: honesty in communication, reliability in your commitments, discretion with confidential information, and genuine concern for your friend's welfare, even when it conflicts with your immediate interests. These qualities develop gradually through practice and become more natural as you experience the joy and satisfaction that genuine friendship provides. The person who cannot be trusted with small matters will never be trusted with the deeper confidences that characterize true friendship. Confucian friendship also emphasizes the importance of what we might call mutual moral accountability between friends. True friends help each other recognize and address character flaws and moral failures rather than merely providing unconditional support for whatever their friends want to do. This requires the courage to offer constructive criticism when necessary and the humility to receive such criticism when offered. The friend who enables destructive behavior in the name of loyalty demonstrates a superficial understanding of what friendship actually requires. Similarly, the friend who constantly criticizes without offering genuine help and encouragement fails to provide the support that friendship should include. The educational dimension of friendship holds particular importance in Confucian thought. Friends serve as teachers for each other, sharing knowledge, insights and perspectives that enhance their mutual understanding of life's challenges and opportunities. The diversity of backgrounds, experiences and talents that different friends bring to a relationship creates learning opportunities that none of them could achieve in isolation. This collaborative aspect of friendship requires intellectual humility and openness to having your opinions challenged and refined through dialogue with those who see the world differently. The friend who surrounds themselves only with people who share their existing beliefs and assumptions deprives themselves of essential opportunities for growth and development. Confucius also recognized that friendship involves what we might call appropriate boundaries and expectations that preserve both individual autonomy and mutual respect. Even the closest friends remain separate individuals with their own responsibilities, relationships, and life paths that may sometimes conflict with friendship obligations. The wise friend learns to distinguish between requests for help that represent legitimate friendship obligations and demands that exceed reasonable boundaries. Similarly, the mature friend learns to accept disappointment gracefully when friends cannot or should not provide the support that might be desired in particular circumstances. This balance between intimacy and independence enables friendship to enhance rather than restrict individual development and social responsibility. The social implications of friendship extend far beyond individual relationships to encompass broader patterns of community trust and cooperation. Societies composed of people who have learned to practice authentic friendship naturally exhibit higher levels of social cohesion and mutual support. The skills required for maintaining close friendships, honest communication, reliable commitment, constructive conflict resolution, and mutual care translate directly into the abilities needed for effective citizenship and community engagement. Conversely, societies where people struggle to form and maintain genuine friendships typically suffer from higher levels of loneliness, distrust, and social fragmentation. Confucian friendship also addresses the challenge of maintaining relationships across differences in social status, wealth, or achievement that might otherwise create barriers to genuine connection. True friendship transcends such external distinctions because it focuses on character and moral compatibility rather than material circumstances. The friend who allows differences in fortune to affect the quality of their relationships demonstrates misunderstanding of what makes friendship valuable and enduring. Similarly, the friend who seeks to exploit their relationships for social or economic advantage violates the essential spirit of friendship that should be based on mutual care rather than instrumental calculation. At the deepest level, Confucian friendship reflects the broader principle that human flourishing depends fundamentally on the quality of our relationships with others. The person who lacks genuine friends lacks essential resources for moral development, emotional support, and practical wisdom that can only emerge through sustained voluntary relationships based on mutual respect and care. Therefore, the cultivation of friendship becomes not merely a personal pleasure, but a moral obligation, because it develops capacities that serve broader social purposes while providing the individual support necessary for sustained commitment to virtue and service. The art of friendship thus becomes a microcosm of the larger Confucian project of creating human communities based on virtue, wisdom, and mutual flourishing rather than mere convenience or necessity. Part 17. The Ethics of Wealth and Material Prosperity. Confucian philosophy takes a nuanced and sophisticated approach to questions of wealth, material prosperity, and economic ethics that avoids both ascetic rejection of material goods and materialistic worship of wealth. For Confucius, the pursuit of material prosperity becomes morally problematic only when it displaces virtue as your primary concern or when it involves methods that harm others or compromise your character. Wealth itself represents neither virtue nor vice, but rather a tool that can serve either moral or immoral purposes depending on how it is acquired, possessed, and used. Therefore, the key ethical questions concern not whether you should seek prosperity, but how you should approach material concerns while maintaining your commitment to virtue and service to others. The foundation of Confucian economic ethics lies in the principle that material pursuits must remain subordinate to moral pursuits in your hierarchy of values and priorities. The person who sacrifices integrity, relationships, or social responsibility in order to acquire wealth demonstrates fundamental confusion about what makes life worth living. Such sacrifice inevitably defeats its own purpose, because material prosperity without virtue leads to spiritual poverty that no amount of external abundance can remedy. Conversely, the person who maintains their moral commitments while pursuing legitimate prosperity creates conditions for genuine flourishing that encompasses both material security and spiritual fulfillment. Confucius emphasized the importance of what we might call ethical methods for acquiring wealth that enhance rather than compromise your character development. Honest work that provides valuable goods or services to others represents a form of social contribution that merits material reward. Such work develops virtues like diligence, skill, reliability, and concern for quality that benefit both the individual and the broader community. Conversely, methods of wealth acquisition that involve deception, exploitation, or harm to others corrupt your character while damaging the social trust necessary for healthy economic relationships. The short-term material gains from unethical business practices prove far less valuable than the long-term character damage and social harm they create. The concept of appropriate limits and proportionality holds central importance in Confucian economic thought. While moderate prosperity that provides security and enables generous service to others represents a legitimate goal, excessive wealth that far exceeds your genuine needs raises serious moral questions about social justice and personal priorities. The accumulation of vast wealth while others lack basic necessities reflects either indifference to human suffering or failure to understand your obligations to the broader community. Moreover, extreme wealth often becomes an obstacle to virtue by creating isolation from ordinary human concerns and temptations toward arrogance and self-indulgence that undermine character development. Confucian economic ethics also addresses the responsibilities that accompany wealth once acquired. Those who possess material abundance bear special obligations to use their resources in ways that benefit others and contribute to social harmony. This includes not only charitable giving, but also responsible stewardship of resources, creation of productive employment for others, and support for cultural and educational institutions that serve the common good. The wealthy person who hoards resources or uses them solely for personal pleasure fails to fulfill the social obligations that legitimate private property in the first place. Wealth creates power that must be exercised wisely and compassionately rather than merely for personal gratification. The relationship between economic activity and social virtue receives particular attention in Confucian thought. Business relationships provide important opportunities for practicing honesty, fairness, and mutual respect that contribute to both individual character development and social trust. The merchant who consistently provides good value for fair prices builds not only a successful enterprise, but also social capital that benefits the entire community. The employer who treats workers with dignity and provides fair compensation creates conditions that enable human flourishing while building the loyalty and commitment necessary for long-term business success. Economic activity thus becomes a form of moral practice when approached with appropriate values and intentions. Confucian economic philosophy also recognizes the importance of what we might call sustainable prosperity that serves long-term human flourishing rather than short-term advantage. Business practices that damage the environment, exploit workers, or undermine social institutions may generate immediate profits but ultimately harm the conditions necessary for continued prosperity. The wise business leader thinks in terms of intergenerational responsibility and seeks to create value in ways that enhance rather than degrade the social and natural resources upon which future prosperity depends. This long-term perspective naturally generates more ethical business practices because it requires consideration of consequences that short-term thinking typically ignores. The educational implications of Confucian economic ethics extend to questions about how society should prepare people for productive economic participation. Education that focuses solely on technical skills without moral development produces individuals who may be economically productive but lack the character necessary for ethical business conduct. Conversely, moral education that ignores practical skills leaves people unprepared to contribute productively to economic life. The ideal educational approach integrates practical training with character development, producing individuals who can both succeed economically and contribute to social virtue through their professional activities. At the deepest level, Confucian economic ethics reflects the broader principle that all human activities should serve the ultimate purpose of creating conditions for individual and collective flourishing. Economic systems and individual economic choices prove beneficial only insofar as they enhance human virtue, social harmony, and the opportunities for all people to develop their potential. Material prosperity becomes valuable not as an end in itself, but as a means to these larger purposes. The person who understands this relationship between material and spiritual concerns can pursue economic goals with enthusiasm and effectiveness, while maintaining perspective about their relative importance within the larger context of a life well lived. Part 18. Honor, Shame, and the Architecture of Moral Motivation. The concepts of honor and shame play crucial roles in Confucian moral psychology as powerful motivating forces that can either support or undermine virtuous behavior, depending on how they are understood and cultivated. For Confucius, genuine honor emerges from the recognition that your actions have contributed to human flourishing and cosmic harmony, while legitimate shame arises from the recognition that your actions have caused harm or failed to fulfill your moral obligations. These emotional responses to moral evaluation serve essential functions in character development by creating internal incentives for virtue that operate independently of external rewards and punishments. However, honor and shame can also become corrupted when they focus on superficial social approval rather than genuine moral achievement. The distinction between true honor and mere reputation holds central importance in Confucian thought. Reputation depends on what others think about you and can be manipulated through image management, public relations, or association with prestigious symbols and people. True honor depends on the actual quality of your character and the real consequences of your actions for human welfare. While reputation and honor sometimes coincide, they often diverge because many people lack the wisdom or information necessary to evaluate character accurately. The person who pursues reputation at the expense of genuine virtue may achieve social recognition, but will lack the inner satisfaction and spiritual security that come from authentic moral achievement. Similarly, Confucian philosophy distinguishes between constructive shame that motivates improvement and destructive shame that paralyzes action and undermines self-respect. Constructive shame emerges from honest recognition of specific moral failures that can be addressed through changed behavior and renewed commitment to virtue. This type of shame serves as a valuable warning system that alerts you to departures from your moral ideals and motivates corrective action. Destructive shame involves global condemnation of yourself as fundamentally worthless or irredeemably flawed, creating despair rather than motivation for improvement. The cultivation of appropriate moral emotions requires learning to experience shame for your actions, while maintaining fundamental respect for your potential as a human being. The social dimensions of honor and shame reflect the fundamentally relational nature of human moral development. Your character develops within communities that provide both models of virtue to emulate and standards of evaluation that shape your understanding of what behavior merits honor or shame. Communities that celebrate genuine virtue and express appropriate disapproval of vice create conditions that support moral development. Communities that honor superficial achievements or corrupt behavior while shaming virtue and integrity create conditions that undermine moral development and encourage cynicism about the possibility of living according to principle. Confucian thought also addresses the complex relationship between personal honor and family honor that characterizes many traditional societies. Your actions reflect not only on your individual character, but also on the reputation and standing of your family, teachers, and broader community associations. This creates additional motivation for virtuous behavior because moral failures harm not only yourself, but also innocent people who are connected to you through relationships they did not choose. At the same time, this communal dimension of honor can become oppressive if it prevents necessary moral growth or forces you to sacrifice genuine virtue for the sake of maintaining false appearances. The cultivation of appropriate honor and shame requires what Confucius called the development of accurate self-knowledge and moral sensitivity. You must learn to evaluate your own behavior according to objective moral standards rather than self-serving rationalizations or social prejudices. This internal moral compass enables you to feel appropriate pride in genuine achievements and appropriate shame for real failures, regardless of how others respond to your behavior. The person who develops this capacity for accurate moral self-evaluation becomes less dependent on external validation while remaining appropriately responsive to legitimate criticism and feedback from others. The relationship between honor and humility presents particular challenges in Confucian moral development. Genuine moral achievement merits recognition and appropriate satisfaction, but such recognition can easily become pride that interferes with continued learning and growth. The wise person learns to take appropriate satisfaction in moral progress while maintaining awareness of how much development remains necessary. This balance between legitimate pride and appropriate humility enables continued growth while providing the emotional satisfaction necessary for sustained commitment to virtue. Confucian philosophy also recognizes that the pursuit of honor must be balanced with willingness to accept dishonor when moral principle requires unpopular action. The person who compromises virtue in order to maintain social approval demonstrates misunderstanding of what genuine honor requires. Sometimes the most honorable course of action involves accepting temporary shame or social disapproval in service of long-term moral purposes. The capacity to endure such temporary dishonor for the sake of principle represents one of the highest forms of moral courage and demonstrates the development of internal rather than external sources of self-worth. At the deepest level, the Confucian understanding of honor and shame connects individual moral emotions to cosmic moral order. The honor you feel for virtuous action reflects your participation in universal principles of harmony and justice, while the shame you feel for moral failure reflects your departure from these cosmic patterns. This connection between personal emotion and cosmic reality provides ultimate grounding for moral motivation that transcends social convention and personal preference. The person who understands this connection experiences moral emotions not as arbitrary social constructions, but as authentic responses to your relationship with the fundamental structure of existence itself. Part 19. Mortality, Legacy, and the Meaning of Human Life. Confucian philosophy addresses questions of mortality and death with characteristic focus on practical wisdom and moral development rather than speculative theology or metaphysical doctrine. While Confucius famously declined to discuss the afterlife, saying we do not yet understand life sufficiently to comprehend death, His philosophy provides profound resources for understanding how awareness of mortality should shape the way we live. The recognition that human life is finite creates both urgency about moral development and perspective about what ultimately matters in the brief time we have available. This awareness of mortality becomes a powerful motivating force for virtue when properly understood and integrated into your daily consciousness. The concept of legacy holds central importance in Confucian approaches to mortality. While you cannot control the length of your life, you can significantly influence what remains after your death through the quality of your character, the nature of your contributions to human welfare, and the impact you have on other people's development. This form of immortality through influence proves far more meaningful and achievable than speculative hopes for personal survival after death. The person who dedicates their life to cultivating virtue and serving others creates a legacy that continues to generate beneficial effects long after their physical existence ends. The educational dimension of legacy receives particular emphasis in Confucian thought. One of the most important ways you can transcend the limitations of mortality involves contributing to the moral and intellectual development of others, especially those who will live beyond your own lifespan. Teachers, parents, and mentors participate in a form of spiritual reproduction that perpetuates and improves human wisdom across generations. The insights you gain through experience and reflection, the character traits you develop through disciplined practice, and the practical skills you acquire through learning can all be transmitted to others who will carry them forward into the future. Confucian philosophy also emphasizes the importance of what we might call institutional legacy through contributions to social and cultural institutions that serve human flourishing across time. The customs, laws, educational systems, and cultural practices that you help to create, preserve, or improve will continue to influence human behavior long after your individual participation ends. This creates opportunities for transcending mortality through participation in projects larger than individual lifespans while serving immediate moral purposes in your contemporary context. The person who contributes to building just and wise institutions participates in the gradual improvement of human civilization itself. The awareness of mortality also provides essential perspective on what deserves priority and attention in your daily choices and long-term planning. When you truly understand that your time is limited and uncertain, you naturally become more selective about how you invest your energy and attention. And trivial concerns and petty conflicts lose their apparent importance, while relationships, character development, and meaningful service gain increased significance. This clarification of priorities often leads to greater satisfaction and effectiveness because it helps you focus on activities that genuinely matter rather than merely filling time with busy work. Confucian thought addresses the challenge of maintaining hope and motivation in the face of mortality through emphasis on the intrinsic value of virtue and service. Even if your individual life proves brief and your contributions seem small in comparison to vast historical forces, the cultivation of virtue and the service of others possess inherent worth that does not depend on external recognition or lasting impact. The moment of genuine compassion, the act of courage in defense of principle, the patient work of education and guidance all have immediate value that mortality cannot diminish. This perspective enables sustained commitment to virtue even when ultimate outcomes remain uncertain or beyond your control. The relationship between individual mortality and cultural continuity holds particular significance in Confucian philosophy. While individuals die, the cultural traditions, moral insights, and accumulated wisdom they help preserve and transmit can achieve a form of immortality through continued influence on subsequent generations. This creates responsibilities for preserving what remains valuable from the past, while contributing your own insights and improvements to the ongoing development of human understanding. The person who accepts these intergenerational responsibilities participates in something larger than individual existence, while fulfilling essential obligations to both ancestors and descendants. Confucian approaches to mortality also emphasize the importance of what we might call dignified acceptance of aging, decline and death as natural processes rather than failures to be denied or defeated. The wise person prepares for death by completing important relationships, transmitting valuable knowledge and wisdom to others, and ensuring that their responsibilities are properly transferred to capable successors. This preparation enables peaceful acceptance of mortality, while providing security for those who depend on your guidance and support. The person who faces death with dignity and preparation provides a valuable example for others, while demonstrating the character development that represents the highest human achievement. At the deepest level, the Confucian understanding of mortality reflects the broader principle that meaning emerges through participation in purposes larger than individual existence. Your life gains significance not from its duration, but from its quality and contribution to the ongoing human project of creating wisdom, virtue, and flourishing communities. This participation in cosmic moral purposes provides a form of transcendence that acknowledges the reality of death while affirming the ultimate significance of how you choose to live. The person who understands this relationship between individual mortality and cosmic purpose can face death with serenity while embracing life with passionate commitment to virtue and service. Part 20. The harmony of individual and collective good. One of the most sophisticated aspects of Confucian philosophy lies in its resolution of the apparent tension between individual fulfillment and collective welfare that has plagued political and moral theory throughout history. Rather than viewing these as competing values that require tragic choices between personal happiness and social responsibility, Confucian thought demonstrates how genuine individual flourishing depends fundamentally on social harmony, while healthy communities emerge naturally from the moral development of their individual members. This integration of personal and collective good provides a framework for understanding human nature and social organization that avoids both selfish individualism and oppressive collectivism. The foundation of this integration lies in the Confucian understanding of human nature as fundamentally social and relational, rather than atomistic and isolated. Your identity, capabilities, and opportunities for development emerge entirely through relationships with other people who provide education, emotional support, practical cooperation, and moral guidance. The myth of the self-made individual who achieves success through purely personal effort ignores the countless contributions that family members, teachers, colleagues, and fellow citizens make to every form of individual achievement. When you truly understand this radical interdependence, gratitude and reciprocal service become natural responses rather than burdensome obligations imposed by external authority. Confucian philosophy also demonstrates how individual virtue and collective welfare reinforce each other through positive feedback loops that create expanding circles of beneficial influence. The person who cultivates honesty, kindness and reliability in their personal relationships creates social trust that benefits everyone in their community. The family that practices mutual respect and care provides a model that influences other families while raising children who carry these virtues into their adult relationships. The business that operates according to principles of fairness and quality service creates economic prosperity, while building social capital that facilitates other forms of cooperation. These multiplication effects mean that individual moral development serves collective interests while social virtue supports individual flourishing. The concept of enlightened self-interest plays an important role in this integration of individual and collective good. When you understand your genuine long-term interests, rather than focusing solely on immediate gratification, you naturally recognize that your welfare depends heavily on the welfare of others. The wealthy person who lives in a society plagued by poverty, crime, and social discord cannot achieve genuine security or happiness regardless of their personal resources. The educated person who lives in a community that devalues learning and wisdom will find limited opportunities to use their capabilities productively. Therefore, investment in collective welfare becomes a form of enlightened self-interest rather than altruistic sacrifice. Confucian thought addresses the challenge of balancing competing obligations that sometimes arise between individual development and social responsibilities. While genuine conflicts between personal and collective good prove rare when properly understood, apparent conflicts do arise when short-term individual interests conflict with long-term collective welfare, or when local loyalties conflict with broader moral obligations. The resolution of such conflicts requires wisdom, creativity, and often the courage to accept short-term sacrifices for the sake of long-term harmony. The person who develops this capacity for moral reasoning and practical wisdom becomes capable of serving both individual and collective interests, even in challenging circumstances. The educational implications of this integration extend to questions about how societies should prepare individuals for productive citizenship and personal fulfillment. Educational approaches that focus solely on individual achievement and competition create citizens who lack the cooperative skills necessary for addressing collective challenges. Educational approaches that emphasize conformity and submission to authority create citizens who lack the initiative and creativity necessary for continued social progress. The optimal educational approach develops both individual capabilities and social consciousness, producing people who can contribute their unique talents to collective enterprises while finding personal meaning through service to purposes larger than themselves. The political dimensions of this integration address fundamental questions about the proper relationship between individual rights and collective responsibilities in just societies. Confucian philosophy suggests that rights and responsibilities represent different aspects of the same underlying relationships rather than competing values that must be balanced against each other. Your right to education, for example, corresponds to society's responsibility to provide educational opportunities and your responsibility to use educational opportunities productively for both personal development and social contribution. This reciprocal understanding of rights and responsibilities creates more stable and just political arrangements than approaches based purely on individual entitlement or collective obligation. The economic implications of integrating individual and collective good extend to questions about property rights, wealth distribution, and the purposes of economic activity. While Confucian philosophy supports individual property rights and the pursuit of prosperity, it emphasizes that such rights carry corresponding responsibilities for stewardship and social contribution. The person who acquires wealth through honest effort gains the right to enjoy material security and comfort, but also accepts responsibility for using surplus resources to benefit others and support social institutions. This understanding of prosperity as trusteeship rather than absolute ownership creates economic relationships that serve both individual motivation and collective welfare. At the deepest level, the Confucian integration of individual and collective good reflects the understanding that human flourishing represents a cosmic value that transcends the particular interests of any individual or group. When you dedicate yourself to promoting human flourishing in all its forms, you align yourself with the fundamental purposes of existence while simultaneously achieving the deepest form of personal fulfillment. This alignment between personal meaning and cosmic purpose provides ultimate integration of individual and collective good that resolves apparent tensions through participation in purposes larger than either individual achievement or group solidarity. Part 21. The Art of Conflict Resolution and Social Harmony. Confucian philosophy offers sophisticated approaches to conflict resolution that emphasize the restoration of harmonious relationships rather than mere victory for one side or mechanical compromise between opposing positions. The goal of addressing conflict involves creating outcomes that honor the legitimate interests and dignity of all parties, while strengthening rather than weakening the social bonds that hold communities together. This approach requires understanding the deeper causes of conflict, addressing underlying relational problems, and finding creative solutions that transform adversarial dynamics into collaborative problem-solving. The art of conflict resolution thus becomes a form of moral practice that serves both immediate practical purposes and long-term social harmony. The foundation of Confucian conflict resolution lies in the principle that most disputes arise from misunderstanding, unmet needs, or failures in communication, rather than fundamental incompatibility of interests. When people approach conflict with curiosity about the other party's perspective and genuine desire to understand their concerns, they often discover that apparent disagreements mask deeper agreements about values and goals. The person who enters conflict situations with assumptions of good faith and commitment to mutual understanding creates conditions that make creative resolution possible. Conversely, the person who approaches conflict with assumptions of malice or zero-sum competition makes constructive resolution much more difficult to achieve. The practice of conflict resolution requires what Confucius called the cultivation of emotional regulation and clear thinking under pressure. Intense emotions naturally arise during conflict situations, but allowing such emotions to control your response typically escalates rather than resolves disputes. The skilled mediator learns to acknowledge and respect emotions while preventing them from overwhelming rational analysis and creative problem-solving. This emotional wisdom applies equally to managing your own emotional responses and helping others process their feelings in constructive rather than destructive ways. Confucian approaches to conflict resolution emphasize the importance of addressing issues rather than attacking persons involved in disputes. When conflict becomes personal, with participants questioning each other's character or motives, resolution becomes much more difficult because people feel their fundamental dignity is under attack. The wise mediator helps participants separate their evaluation of specific behaviors or positions from their overall assessment of the people involved. This distinction enables people to change their positions without losing face, and allows for criticism of actions without condemnation of persons. The concept of face-saving holds particular importance in Confucian conflict resolution because it recognizes that people's willingness to compromise often depends on their ability to maintain dignity and self-respect throughout the process. Solutions that require one party to acknowledge complete error or accept total blame rarely prove sustainable because they create resentment and desire for revenge. Effective resolution often involves finding ways for all parties to save face by acknowledging partial responsibility for problems while recognizing legitimate contributions to solutions. This approach requires creativity and sensitivity to cultural and personal factors that affect how people experience dignity and respect. The temporal dimensions of conflict resolution extend beyond immediate dispute settlement to encompass long-term relationship repair and prevention of future conflicts. Quick fixes that address surface symptoms without resolving underlying relational problems often create temporary peace that breaks down when similar situations arise in the future. Sustainable resolution requires attention to the systemic factors that created conflict in the first place and development of better communication and decision-making processes for addressing future disagreements. This long-term perspective transforms conflict resolution from crisis management into relationship development and organizational improvement. Confucian conflict resolution also recognizes the importance of what we might call restorative rather than punitive approaches to addressing harm and wrongdoing. While accountability for harmful actions remains essential, the primary goal should be healing relationships and preventing future harm rather than inflicting punishment on wrongdoers. This requires creating opportunities for genuine acknowledgement of harm, sincere apology and forgiveness, and practical steps to repair damage and rebuild trust. The restorative approach often proves more effective than punishment at changing behavior because it addresses the relational factors that contribute to harmful actions while preserving the dignity and agency of all parties involved. The role of third-party mediators becomes crucial when direct negotiation between conflicting parties proves insufficient for reaching resolution. Effective mediators possess not only technical skills in communication and negotiation, but also moral authority, based on their demonstrated commitment to fairness and wisdom. The mediator who's perceived as biased or self-interested will struggle to gain the trust necessary for helping parties explore creative solutions to their disputes. Therefore, the development of mediation skills requires ongoing cultivation of character traits like impartiality, patience, and genuine concern for the welfare of all parties, rather than merely technical training in negotiation techniques. At the societal level, Confucian approaches to conflict resolution emphasize the importance of creating institutional and cultural conditions that minimize destructive conflict while providing constructive channels for addressing inevitable disagreements. This includes educational systems that teach communication and cooperation skills, legal systems that emphasize restoration over punishment, and cultural norms that value harmony and mutual respect over individual victory. Societies that invest in these preventive approaches to conflict experience less destructive dispute and more effective resolution when conflicts do arise. The art of conflict resolution thus becomes not merely a specialized skill, but a fundamental capacity that all citizens should develop for the health of their communities and the quality of their relationships. Part 22. Courage as the foundation of moral action. In Confucian philosophy, courage represents far more than physical bravery or the absence of fear in dangerous situations. True courage involves the strength of character necessary to act according to moral principles, even when such action involves personal risk, social disapproval, or significant sacrifice. This moral courage proves essential for virtue, because knowledge of right and wrong remains ineffective without the will and determination necessary to translate moral understanding into concrete action. Therefore, the cultivation of courage becomes one of the most important aspects of character development, enabling all other virtues to manifest themselves in practical behavior rather than remaining mere intellectual abstractions. Confucian thought distinguishes between several different forms of courage that serve different moral purposes and require different types of character development. Physical courage involves overcoming fear of bodily harm or death in service of worthy causes, while moral courage involves overcoming fear of social rejection or personal loss in service of ethical principles. Intellectual courage involves the willingness to question popular beliefs or challenge respected authorities when truth requires such challenge. Emotional courage involves the capacity to remain vulnerable and open in relationships despite the risk of disappointment or betrayal. Each form of courage contributes to different aspects of human flourishing and requires cultivation through specific practices and experiences. The relationship between courage and wisdom holds central importance in Confucian moral philosophy. Courage without wisdom can become mere recklessness that causes unnecessary harm, while wisdom without courage remains impotent knowledge that fails to improve the world. The integration of courage and wisdom creates what we might call prudent boldness that enables effective action in service of moral purposes without unnecessary risk or waste of effort. This integration requires careful judgment about when action is appropriate, what methods will prove most effective, and how to balance competing considerations of safety and moral obligation. The development of courage requires what Confucius called gradual training through increasingly challenging situations rather than sudden exposure to overwhelming danger or difficulty. Like physical strength, moral courage grows through regular exercise in situations that stretch but do not break your current capacity. The person who consistently chooses honesty in small matters develops the character necessary for honesty in larger matters where the stakes may be much higher. Similarly, the person who practices standing up for others in low-risk situations develops the habits of mind and heart necessary for intervention in more dangerous circumstances. This gradual approach to courage development ensures steady progress while preventing the discouragement that often results from premature exposure to overwhelming challenges. Confucian understanding of courage emphasizes the importance of what we might call principled rather than impulsive action in dangerous or difficult situations. Truly courageous behavior flows from clear understanding of moral obligations and careful consideration of how best to fulfill those obligations under challenging circumstances. This principled approach distinguishes courage from mere emotional reaction or thrill-seeking behavior that may appear brave but lacks moral substance. The courageous person acts not from anger, pride, or desire for excitement, but from commitment to values and purposes that transcend personal comfort and security. The social dimensions of courage extend beyond individual character development to encompass responsibilities for defending justice and protecting the vulnerable members of society. Confucian thought emphasizes that courage becomes a social obligation when you possess the knowledge, skills, or position necessary to address injustice or prevent harm to others. The person who witnesses wrongdoing and remains silent when they could effectively intervene bears moral responsibility for the continuation of that wrongdoing. This social dimension of courage creates obligations for civic engagement and advocacy that extend beyond personal moral behavior to encompass active participation in creating just and compassionate communities. The relationship between courage and humility presents interesting challenges for character development. Genuine courage requires accurate assessment of risks and realistic understanding of your capabilities rather than false bravado or overconfidence in your abilities. The truly courageous person acknowledges fear and uncertainty while choosing to act despite these natural responses to danger. This honest acknowledgement of vulnerability paradoxically enables greater effectiveness than false claims of fearlessness because it allows for careful preparation and realistic planning. The person who pretends to feel no fear often fails to take necessary precautions and may endanger others through reckless behavior. Confucian philosophy also addresses the challenge of maintaining courage over long periods when moral action requires sustained effort rather than single moments of heroism. Many important moral purposes require years or decades of patient work that involves repeated setbacks, partial failures, and gradual progress rather than dramatic victories. The courage necessary for such sustained moral effort differs from the courage required for acute crises because it involves persistence through discouragement and commitment to purposes whose fulfillment may never be complete. This form of moral endurance proves essential for most meaningful contributions to human welfare and represents perhaps the highest form of courage because it receives less recognition and requires stronger character than momentary heroism. At the deepest level, Confucian courage reflects the understanding that moral principles represent objective features of reality that deserve defense regardless of personal consequences. The person who possesses this cosmic perspective on courage draws strength from their participation in universal moral purposes that transcend individual existence. This alignment with cosmic principles provides a source of motivation and endurance that enables extraordinary moral action even in the face of overwhelming opposition or apparent futility. The truly courageous person serves truth, justice and compassion, not because such service guarantees personal benefit, but because these values represent the fundamental structure of a meaningful existence. Part 23. Sincerity and authenticity in human relations. The concept of sincerity, or cheng, occupies a central position in Confucian moral psychology as both the foundation for authentic relationships and the key to genuine self-development. Sincerity involves the complete alignment of your inner thoughts and feelings with your outward expressions and actions, creating an integrated wholeness that enables both self-knowledge and trustworthy relationships with others. This authenticity proves essential for moral development because self-deception and pretense create barriers to genuine understanding of your character while undermining the trust necessary for meaningful human connection. Therefore, the cultivation of sincerity becomes both a personal spiritual practice and a social responsibility that serves individual flourishing and collective harmony. Confucian sincerity differs significantly from contemporary notions of authenticity that often emphasize spontaneous self-expression, regardless of social consequences or moral considerations. True sincerity requires not only honest acknowledgement of your current thoughts and feelings, but also commitment to developing thoughts and feelings that reflect your highest values and aspirations. The person who sincerely expresses cruel or selfish impulses demonstrates honesty about their current state, but lacks the moral development necessary for genuine sincerity. Authentic sincerity involves the ongoing work of aligning your emotional responses and behavioral patterns with the virtue and wisdom you recognize as worthy of pursuit. The practice of sincerity begins with what Confucius called rigorous self-examination that enables accurate understanding of your motivations, capabilities, and moral condition. Most people engage in various forms of self-deception that obscure their true character from themselves, making genuine improvement impossible because they address imaginary rather than real problems. The sincere person develops the courage and skill necessary for honest introspection that acknowledges both strengths and weaknesses without falling into either arrogance or self-hatred. This accurate self-knowledge provides the foundation for authentic relationships because you cannot be genuinely honest with others if you are not first honest with yourself. The development of sincerity requires what we might call emotional integration that harmonizes feeling, thinking, and acting around consistent moral principles. Many people experience internal conflict between their intellectual understanding of right and wrong and their emotional responses to particular situations. Similarly, many people find that their behavior fails to reflect either their moral convictions or their genuine emotions because they act from habit, social pressure, or immediate convenience. The sincere person works to resolve these internal contradictions through patient cultivation of emotions and habits that support rather than undermine their deepest values and commitments. Confucian sincerity also emphasizes the importance of what we might call appropriate transparency in different types of relationships and social contexts. While sincerity requires honesty, it does not demand that you share every thought and feeling with every person in every situation. Wisdom and compassion sometimes require restraint in self-expression, when complete honesty would cause unnecessary harm or violate appropriate boundaries. The sincere person learns to distinguish between authentic self-expression that serves relationship and moral purposes and mere emotional venting that may damage trust and social harmony. This requires ongoing development of judgment about when, how, and with whom to share different aspects of your inner experience. The social dimensions of sincerity extend beyond individual authenticity to encompass the creation of cultural and institutional conditions that support rather than undermine honest communication and genuine relationship. Communities that reward pretense and punish honesty inevitably develop high levels of mutual mistrust and cynicism that make cooperation and moral development more difficult. Conversely, communities that protect and value sincerity create conditions where people can risk vulnerability and authentic self-expression without fear of exploitation or rejection. The development of such communities requires individuals who model sincerity, while also working to create social norms and institutions that support honest communication. The relationship between sincerity and social roles presents particular challenges in complex societies where people occupy multiple positions that may involve different expectations and responsibilities. Professional roles, family relationships, and civic obligations sometimes seem to require different forms of self-presentation that may appear to conflict with complete authenticity. Confucian sincerity involves learning to fulfill different social roles genuinely rather than merely performing them mechanically, while maintaining consistency in your underlying character and values. This integration of role fulfillment and personal authenticity requires both flexibility in expression and stability in fundamental moral commitments. The educational implications of sincerity extend to questions about how societies should prepare people for authentic participation in social and professional life. Educational approaches that emphasize conformity and surface compliance without attention to internal development produce people who lack the capacity for genuine sincerity in their adult relationships and responsibilities. Educational approaches that encourage unlimited self-expression without moral guidance produce people who confuse authenticity with self-indulgence and fail to develop the character necessary for constructive social participation. The optimal educational approach develops both authentic self-knowledge and moral wisdom that enables sincere participation in the complex demands of adult life. At the deepest level, Confucian sincerity reflects the understanding that authentic existence requires alignment with cosmic moral principles that transcend personal preference and social convention. The most profound form of sincerity involves living in accordance with your deepest nature as a moral being capable of wisdom, virtue, and compassionate service to others. This cosmic dimension of sincerity connects personal authenticity to universal purposes that provide ultimate meaning and direction for individual development. The person who achieves this level of sincerity experiences life as a coherent whole, where personal fulfillment and moral obligation reinforce each other rather than creating competing demands for attention and commitment. Part 24. Justice, Law and the Limits of Punishment. Confucian approaches to justice and legal systems emphasize moral education and social harmony over punishment and retribution as the primary means for addressing wrongdoing and maintaining social order. While legal institutions serve important functions in any complex society, they represent secondary rather than primary tools for creating just communities because external compliance with rules cannot substitute for internal moral development. The most effective approach to justice focuses on preventing harmful behavior through character education, while treating legal intervention as a last resort when moral education and social pressure prove insufficient. This perspective transforms the administration of justice from a purely technical exercise in rule enforcement into a comprehensive approach to human development and social harmony. The foundation of Confucian justice lies in the principle that wrongdoing typically results from moral ignorance, emotional immaturity, or social conditions that make virtue difficult, rather than from inherent evil or irredeemable character flaws. Most people who cause harm to others lack either the wisdom to understand the consequences of their actions or the emotional regulation necessary to act on their better impulses. This understanding suggests that effective responses to wrongdoing should focus primarily on education and support for moral development rather than punishment designed to inflict suffering. The goal becomes helping wrongdoers understand the harm they have caused and develop the capabilities necessary for avoiding similar harm in the future. The concept of restorative rather than retributive justice holds central importance in Confucian legal philosophy. Retributive approaches focus on ensuring that wrongdoers suffer consequences proportional to the harm they have caused, often creating adversarial relationships between offenders and the broader community. Restorative approaches focus on repairing harm, rebuilding relationships and reintegrating offenders into productive community membership. This requires creating opportunities for genuine acknowledgement of wrongdoing, sincere apology and forgiveness, and practical steps to compensate victims and prevent future offences. The restorative approach often proves more effective at changing behaviour and healing communities because it addresses underlying causes of harmful behaviour while preserving human dignity. Confucian justice also emphasizes the importance of what we might call proportionality and contextual sensitivity in legal decision-making. The same harmful action may deserve different responses depending on the circumstances that led to it, the character of the person involved, and the broader social context in which it occurred. Mechanical application of predetermined penalties without consideration of individual circumstances often produces outcomes that violate rather than serve justice. The wise judge develops the ability to apply general legal principles appropriately to particular situations while maintaining consistency and fairness across similar cases. This requires both deep understanding of legal principles and practical wisdom about human nature and social dynamics. The relationship between law and morality presents ongoing challenges for any system of justice that seeks to serve human flourishing rather than merely maintaining order. Legal systems necessarily involve compromises and simplifications that cannot capture the full complexity of moral evaluation in particular situations. Moreover, legal coercion proves effective only for preventing the most obviously harmful behaviours while remaining inadequate for promoting positive virtue and social cooperation. Therefore, legal systems require supplementation by moral education, cultural institutions, and social norms that shape behavior through internal motivation rather than external pressure. The healthiest societies minimize their reliance on legal coercion by maximizing their investment in moral and social development. Confucian approaches to justice place particular emphasis on the moral character and wisdom of those who administer legal systems. Judges, prosecutors, and other legal officials wield significant power over people's lives and must exercise that power with wisdom, compassion, and genuine commitment to justice rather than personal advantage or political considerations. The corrupt or incompetent legal official causes harm not only through their specific decisions, but also by undermining public trust in the possibility of justice itself. Therefore, the selection and training of legal officials becomes a crucial component of creating just societies that requires attention to character development as well as technical competence. The temporal dimensions of justice extend beyond immediate responses to specific wrongdoing to encompass long-term prevention and social improvement. Truly effective justice systems address not only individual cases, but also the social conditions that contribute to harmful behavior, including poverty, inequality, inadequate education, and cultural factors that discourage virtue. This preventive approach to justice requires coordination between legal institutions and educational, economic, and social welfare systems that address root causes of antisocial behavior. The society that invests primarily in punishment while neglecting prevention inevitably creates cycles of crime and conflict that overwhelm its legal institutions and damage social trust. The international and cross-cultural dimensions of justice present particular challenges in an increasingly interconnected world where different societies possess different values and legal traditions. Confucian approaches to this challenge emphasize the search for universal moral principles that can provide common ground for cooperation while respecting legitimate cultural diversity in their application. This requires dialogue and mutual learning between different legal and moral traditions rather than the imposition of any single system as universally valid. The goal becomes creating international frameworks for justice that honor both universal human dignity and particular cultural wisdom, while enabling peaceful resolution of conflicts across different societies. At the deepest level, Confucian justice reflects the understanding that legal and social institutions should serve the ultimate purpose of enabling all people to develop their potential for wisdom, virtue, and contribution to collective flourishing. This transformative vision of justice goes beyond mere conflict resolution and rule enforcement to encompass the positive creation of conditions for human development and social harmony. The just society becomes one that not only prevents and addresses harmful behavior, but actively promotes the moral, intellectual, and cultural development that enables all its members to live flourishing lives in service of purposes larger than narrow self-interest. Part 25. The Role of Emotion in Moral Life. Confucian philosophy takes a sophisticated and nuanced approach to the role of emotions in moral development that avoids both the suppression of feeling and the uncritical endorsement of emotional expression. Rather than viewing emotions as obstacles to rational moral judgment, or as infallible guides to appropriate action, Confucian thought understands emotions as providing essential information about values and relationships that must be integrated with wisdom and virtue to enable excellent moral judgment. The cultivation of appropriate emotional responses becomes a central component of character development because your feelings both reflect and shape your moral character, while influencing your capacity for wise action in complex situations. The foundation of Confucian emotional cultivation lies in the principle that emotions can be educated and refined through conscious effort, just as intellectual and physical capabilities can be developed through practice and training. You are not condemned to experience whatever emotions arise spontaneously in response to various situations, but rather can gradually develop emotional patterns that support virtue and wisdom rather than undermining them. This emotional education requires both understanding the appropriate objects and proportions for different emotions and developing practical methods for cultivating healthy emotional responses while diminishing destructive ones. The person who achieves emotional maturity experiences feelings that harmonize with, rather than conflict with, their moral obligations and rational judgments. Confucian thought identifies several key emotions that play particularly important roles in moral development and social harmony. Appropriate love and care for family members, friends, and fellow human beings provides motivation for virtuous action, while creating the social bonds necessary for cooperation and mutual support. Righteous anger in response to injustice and suffering motivates efforts to address social problems while providing emotional energy for sustained moral action. Genuine gratitude for benefits received from others generates reciprocal care and service that strengthens social relationships and moral obligation. Appropriate shame in response to moral failures provides internal motivation for character improvement while maintaining sensitivity to moral standards. But Confucian emotional cultivation also emphasizes the importance of developing proper regulation and expression of emotions to prevent them from becoming destructive forces in personal and social life. Love can become possessiveness that harms the autonomy and development of those you care about. Anger can become hatred that perpetuates cycles of conflict and revenge rather than promoting justice. Gratitude can become servility that prevents appropriate self-respect and moral independence. Shame can become despair that paralyzes action rather than motivating improvement. The wise person learns to experience emotions fully while preventing them from overwhelming judgment or expressing themselves in harmful ways. The relationship between emotion and rational reflection requires careful balance in Confucian moral psychology. Purely rational approaches to ethics that ignore emotional responses often produce cold and ineffective moral judgments that fail to motivate action or connect with the full reality of human experience. Purely emotional approaches to ethics that ignore rational reflection often produce inconsistent and harmful actions that serve immediate feeling rather than long-term flourishing. The integration of emotion and reason enables moral judgments that are both practically wise and personally meaningful because they honor both the rational and affective dimensions of human nature. The social dimensions of emotional cultivation extend beyond individual character development to encompass the creation of emotional climates that support, rather than undermine, virtue and social harmony. Communities characterized by trust, mutual respect and genuine care naturally support the development of healthy emotions in their members. Communities characterized by fear, suspicion and competition naturally generate emotions that interfere with moral development and social cooperation. Therefore, attention to collective emotional health becomes an important component of creating societies that enable individual flourishing while maintaining social stability. Confucian philosophy also addresses the challenge of responding appropriately to negative emotions like grief, disappointment and fear that inevitably arise in human life. Rather than trying to eliminate such emotions or pretending they do not exist, the wise person learns to experience them fully while preventing them from becoming permanent states that interfere with continued growth and service to others. Grief in response to loss represents appropriate recognition of the value of what has been lost, but prolonged grief that prevents engagement with present opportunities becomes self-indulgent rather than virtuous. Fear in response to genuine danger represents appropriate recognition of threats, but excessive fear that prevents necessary action becomes cowardice rather than prudence. The educational implications of emotional cultivation extend to questions about how societies should help people develop emotional wisdom and regulation as components of complete human development. Educational approaches that focus solely on intellectual development while ignoring emotional cultivation produce people who possess knowledge but lack the motivational and relational capabilities necessary for using that knowledge effectively. Educational approaches that encourage unlimited emotional expression without guidance about appropriate objects and proportions produce people who remain emotionally immature and socially disruptive throughout their lives. The optimal educational approach integrates intellectual and emotional development to produce people who can think clearly about complex moral issues while feeling appropriately about the human consequences of their choices. At the deepest level, Confucian emotional cultivation reflects the understanding that appropriate emotions represent responses to objective moral features of reality rather than merely subjective personal reactions. When you feel genuine compassion for those who suffer unjustly, your emotion reflects accurate recognition of moral wrong that deserves response. When you feel appropriate gratitude for benefits received from others, your emotion reflects accurate recognition of moral debt that creates reciprocal obligation. This connection between emotion and cosmic moral order means that emotional cultivation becomes a form of spiritual practice that aligns your inner life with the fundamental structure of a meaningful existence. Part 26. Cultural Preservation and Creative Innovation. One of the most sophisticated aspects of Confucian philosophy concerns the proper relationship between preserving valuable traditions from the past and creating innovations that serve contemporary needs and future possibilities. Rather than viewing tradition and innovation as opposing forces that require choosing sides, Confucian thought demonstrates how creative engagement with inherited wisdom enables both faithful preservation of what remains valuable and intelligent adaptation to changing circumstances. This dynamic relationship between continuity and change provides a framework for cultural development that avoids both rigid traditionalism that stifles growth and rootless innovation that abandons accumulated wisdom. The foundation of this approach lies in the Confucian understanding that authentic innovation emerges from deep engagement with tradition rather than rejection or ignorance of what previous generations have achieved. Just as individual creativity in any field requires mastery of existing knowledge and techniques before original contributions become possible, cultural innovation requires thorough understanding of inherited values, practices and institutions before meaningful improvements can be developed. The person who attempts to start from scratch, ignoring the accumulated wisdom of their predecessors, inevitably reinvents inferior versions of discoveries that have already been made, while failing to build upon the genuine insights that tradition provides. Confucian cultural philosophy emphasizes the importance of what we might call discriminating preservation that carefully distinguishes between elements of tradition that remain valuable and elements that no longer serve human flourishing. Not everything inherited from the past deserves continuation simply because it is traditional, nor does everything deserve abandonment simply because it is old. The wise approach to tradition involves careful evaluation of inherited practices, according to their continuing relevance for promoting virtue, wisdom and social harmony in contemporary circumstances. This requires both deep knowledge of traditional forms and practical wisdom about current needs and possibilities. The process of creative adaptation involves what Confucius called the transformation of form while preserving essence in cultural institutions and practices. Many valuable traditions can continue to serve their essential purposes while adapting their specific methods to contemporary circumstances and needs. For example, educational institutions that preserve their commitment to character development and comprehensive human formation while adapting their pedagogical methods to new technologies and social conditions demonstrate creative preservation rather than mere traditionalism or innovation. This requires understanding the underlying purposes that traditional forms were designed to serve and finding new forms that serve these purposes effectively in changed circumstances. The relationship between individual creativity and cultural continuity presents ongoing challenges for societies that seek to encourage innovation while maintaining social cohesion and moral direction. Excessive emphasis on individual expression without attention to cultural heritage produces fragmented societies where each generation must rediscover basic insights about human nature and social organization. Excessive emphasis on cultural conformity without opportunities for creative adaptation produces stagnant societies that cannot respond effectively to new challenges and opportunities. The optimal balance enables individuals to express their unique talents and insights while contributing to, rather than undermining, the ongoing development of cultural wisdom. Confucian approaches to cultural preservation emphasize the importance of what we might call living transmission, rather than mere archival preservation of traditional knowledge and practices. Cultural traditions remain alive only when they continue to inform and enrich contemporary experience rather than existing as museum pieces divorced from practical application. This living transmission requires each generation to actively engage with inherited wisdom, testing its continuing relevance and finding ways to express its insights through contemporary forms and applications. The teacher who helps students understand classical texts by connecting their insights to contemporary challenges engages in living transmission that keeps tradition alive while serving current needs. The global dimensions of cultural preservation and innovation present particular challenges in an interconnected world where different cultural traditions encounter each other with increasing frequency and intensity. Confucian philosophy suggests that healthy cultural exchange involves mutual learning and creative synthesis, rather than either cultural imperialism that imposes one tradition on others, or cultural relativism that prevents meaningful dialogue between different approaches to human flourishing. Each cultural tradition possesses insights and methods that can enrich other traditions, while also having limitations that contact with other approaches can help address. The goal becomes creating global cultural dialogue that enables all traditions to learn from each other while preserving their distinctive contributions to human wisdom. The institutional implications of balancing preservation and innovation extend to questions about how societies should organize their educational, legal and political systems to serve both continuity and adaptability. Institutions that cannot change when circumstances require adaptation eventually become irrelevant or oppressive obstacles to human flourishing. Institutions that change constantly without maintaining core principles and accumulated wisdom lack the stability and coherence necessary for serving their essential functions effectively. The challenge involves creating institutional cultures that preserve fundamental purposes and values, while enabling creative responses to new challenges and opportunities as they arise. At the deepest level, the Confucian approach to cultural preservation and innovation reflects the understanding that human wisdom develops through ongoing dialogue between past insights and present experience across multiple generations. No single generation possesses complete understanding of how to live well or organize society justly. But each generation can contribute to the gradual accumulation of practical wisdom by building thoughtfully upon what previous generations have achieved. This intergenerational collaboration requires both humble respect for inherited wisdom and courageous willingness to develop new insights when circumstances demand creative adaptation. The person who understands this collaborative nature of human wisdom can serve as a bridge between past and future, preserving continuity while enabling necessary change for the benefit of both present and future generations. Part 27. The Limits of Human Knowledge and the Virtue of Intellectual Humility. Confucian philosophy demonstrates profound awareness of the limitations that constrain human knowledge and the intellectual humility that such limitations should inspire in all our attempts to understand reality and guide action. While strongly supporting the pursuit of learning and the development of wisdom, Confucian thought recognizes that human understanding remains partial, contextual, and subject to error, regardless of how much effort we invest in education and reflection. This recognition of epistemological limits does not lead to skepticism or paralysis, but rather to appropriate humility that enables continued learning while preventing the arrogance that often accompanies intellectual achievement. The wise person learns to act effectively within the constraints of limited knowledge while remaining open to new insights that may revise or correct their current understanding. The foundation of intellectual humility lies in honest recognition of the complexity and mystery that surround even apparently simple aspects of human existence. The more deeply you study any subject, whether it involves natural phenomena, human behavior, or social institutions, the more you discover how much remains unknown or uncertain. This expanding awareness of ignorance paradoxically represents one of the most important achievements of genuine learning because it prevents false confidence and opens space for continued growth. The person who claims complete understanding of complex realities demonstrates not wisdom, but rather failure to comprehend the depth and subtlety that characterize most important questions. Confucian epistemology emphasizes the importance of what we might call practical, rather than purely theoretical approaches to knowledge that focus on understanding sufficient for effective action, rather than complete comprehension of abstract principles. While theoretical understanding serves important purposes, the ultimate test of knowledge lies in its capacity to guide wise action that promotes human flourishing rather than its elegance or completeness as an intellectual system. This practical orientation helps prevent the common academic mistake of pursuing knowledge for its own sake, while ignoring its relevance for addressing real human problems and opportunities. The wise person develops sufficient understanding to act effectively while acknowledging that complete understanding remains beyond human reach. The social dimensions of intellectual humility extend to recognition that individual knowledge remains radically incomplete without the perspectives and insights of others who possess different experiences, training, and cultural backgrounds. No single person can master all the knowledge necessary for addressing complex social problems or making wise decisions about issues that affect multiple communities and constituencies. Therefore, intellectual humility naturally generates collaborative approaches to learning and decision-making that seek to integrate diverse viewpoints rather than imposing any single perspective as authoritative. The person who isolates themselves from alternative viewpoints inevitably develops blind spots and misconceptions that limit their effectiveness and may lead to harmful errors in judgment. Confucian thought also addresses the challenge of maintaining appropriate confidence in well-established knowledge while remaining open to revision when new evidence or arguments require changes in understanding. Intellectual humility should not become paralyzing doubt that prevents necessary action or commitment to important principles. Some aspects of moral and practical knowledge possess sufficient certainty to justify strong conviction and decisive action, even while acknowledging that future learning might require modifications in detail or application. The art of intellectual humility involves distinguishing between levels of certainty and adjusting your confidence accordingly, while maintaining the ability to act effectively, despite unavoidable uncertainty about many important questions. The temporal dimensions of intellectual humility recognize that human understanding develops gradually across individual lifetimes and historical periods, rather than achieving final completion at any particular moment. What seems obviously true to one generation may appear mistaken or incomplete to subsequent generations who possess additional experience and different perspectives. This historical awareness should inspire modesty about the permanence of your current beliefs, while encouraging continued learning and adaptation as circumstances change and knowledge accumulates. The person who understands the historical contingency of all human knowledge can hold their beliefs firmly enough to guide action, while remaining flexible enough to incorporate new insights as they emerge. The relationship between intellectual humility and moral conviction presents ongoing challenges for anyone committed to virtue and justice in a world characterized by disagreement and uncertainty. Appropriate humility about the limits of your knowledge should not prevent strong commitment to fundamental moral principles that serve human flourishing and cosmic harmony. The key distinction lies between intellectual certainty about specific facts or theories and moral commitment to values and purposes that transcend particular intellectual formulations. You can maintain passionate dedication to justice, compassion and wisdom while acknowledging uncertainty about the best methods for promoting these values in particular circumstances. The educational implications of intellectual humility extend to questions about how societies should prepare people for lifelong learning in a world where knowledge continues to expand and change at accelerating rates. Educational approaches that focus primarily on transmitting current information inevitably become obsolete because much of what students learn will require revision or replacement during their adult lives. Educational approaches that develop curiosity, critical thinking and collaborative learning enable people to continue growing intellectually throughout their lives while adapting to changing circumstances and opportunities. The goal becomes producing individuals who can learn effectively rather than people who merely possess particular knowledge at a specific moment in time. At the deepest level, intellectual humility reflects the Confucian understanding that human knowledge serves larger purposes than mere individual satisfaction or competitive advantage. The ultimate goal of learning involves contributing to the collective human project of gradually understanding reality more accurately and organizing society more wisely across multiple generations. This cosmic perspective on knowledge encourages both passionate commitment to learning and appropriate modesty about the significance of any individual contribution to the larger enterprise. The person who understands this collaborative nature of human knowledge can pursue learning with enthusiasm and dedication, while maintaining perspective about their place within the vast ongoing conversation that constitutes human wisdom. Part 28. Spiritual Dimensions Without Formal Religion. Confucian philosophy demonstrates how human existence can possess profound spiritual depth and meaning without requiring belief in supernatural entities or participation in formal religious institutions. Rather than locating spiritual significance in a transcendent realm separate from ordinary experience, Confucian thought finds the sacred within ethical relationships, cultural participation, and alignment with cosmic moral principles that govern natural and human affairs. This approach to spirituality enables both deep reverence and practical engagement with the world, while avoiding the conflicts between reason and faith that characterize many religious traditions. The spiritual dimension emerges through lived experience of meaning, purpose, and connection, rather than through doctrinal belief or ritual observance. The foundation of Confucian spirituality lies in the recognition that individual human existence gains significance through participation in purposes and patterns larger than personal survival and gratification. When you dedicate yourself to cultivating virtue, serving others, and contributing to the improvement of human civilization, your life becomes connected to eternal values that transcend the limitations of mortality and circumstance. This participation in cosmic moral purposes provides a form of immortality and transcendence that does not depend on supernatural intervention, but emerges naturally from the structure of ethical existence itself. The person who lives according to universal principles of justice and compassion becomes part of something infinitely larger than their individual existence. The contemplative dimensions of Confucian spirituality emphasize reflection, self-examination, and the cultivation of inner harmony as essential practices for developing wisdom and virtue. Regular periods of quiet reflection enable you to evaluate your progress in character development, clarify your understanding of moral obligations, and deepen your appreciation for the complexity and beauty of existence. This contemplative practice requires neither belief in supernatural realities nor separation from ordinary social responsibilities, but rather integration of reflective awareness into daily activities and relationships. The spiritually developed person experiences ordinary life with heightened consciousness of its deeper meanings and connections. Confucian spirituality also encompasses what we might call aesthetic and cultural dimensions that find sacred significance in beauty, artistic expression, and cultural achievement. Music, literature, visual arts, and other forms of cultural creativity provide access to forms of meaning and value that cannot be adequately expressed through purely rational discourse or practical activity. Participation in cultural traditions connects you to the accumulated wisdom and creative achievement of previous generations, while contributing your own insights and expressions to the ongoing development of human civilization. This cultural participation becomes a form of spiritual practice that serves both personal development and collective flourishing without requiring supernatural beliefs. The interpersonal dimensions of Confucian spirituality recognize that the deepest forms of meaning and connection emerge through relationships characterized by mutual respect, genuine care, and shared commitment to virtue and growth. The experience of love, friendship, and family bonds provides direct access to spiritual realities that transcend individual boundaries and create forms of unity that enrich rather than diminish personal identity. These relational forms of transcendence prove accessible to anyone capable of developing their capacity for empathy, loyalty, and service to others, regardless of their metaphysical beliefs or institutional affiliations. The spiritually mature person finds the sacred within human relationship rather than seeking it in supernatural realms. The connection between spiritual development and social responsibility holds central importance in Confucian thought. Genuine spiritual growth naturally expresses itself through increased concern for justice, compassion for suffering, and commitment to improving social conditions rather than withdrawal from worldly engagement. The person who uses spiritual practice primarily for personal comfort or escape from social obligations demonstrates misunderstanding of the purpose and effect of authentic spiritual development. True spirituality enhances, rather than diminishes, your capacity for effective action in service of human flourishing while providing inner resources for sustained commitment to difficult moral purposes. The intellectual dimensions of Confucian spirituality involve the pursuit of wisdom and understanding as forms of spiritual practice that connect individual learning to cosmic patterns of order and meaning. The quest to understand reality more accurately and completely represents a form of devotion to truth that transcends personal interest and connects you to universal purposes. This intellectual spirituality requires both rigorous rational inquiry and appropriate humility about the limits of human knowledge, combining passionate commitment to learning with recognition that complete understanding remains beyond individual reach. The spiritually oriented scholar or thinker pursues knowledge not merely for personal advancement but as a contribution to the collective human project of gradually comprehending the structure of existence. The practical implications of Confucian spirituality extend to questions about how individuals and societies can cultivate spiritual depth without institutional religious frameworks. This requires attention to educational approaches that develop not only intellectual and practical capabilities, but also aesthetic sensitivity, ethical commitment, and contemplative awareness. It also requires creating cultural institutions and social practices that support spiritual development through community celebration, artistic expression, and opportunities for service to purposes larger than immediate self-interest. The goal becomes creating secular forms of spiritual community that provide meaning, connection, and guidance for moral development without requiring supernatural beliefs or religious authority. At the deepest level, Confucian spirituality reflects the understanding that existence itself possesses inherent meaning and value that become accessible through appropriate forms of consciousness and engagement. You do not need to add supernatural dimensions to reality to experience its spiritual significance, but rather need to develop the sensitivity and wisdom necessary for recognizing the sacred dimensions that already exist within ordinary experience. This naturalistic approach to spirituality enables both scientific rationality and spiritual depth, while avoiding the artificial conflicts between reason and reverence that plague many religious traditions. The spiritually mature person experiences life as inherently meaningful and valuable without requiring external validation from supernatural sources or institutional authorities. Part 29. Global Influence and Contemporary Relevance. The philosophical system developed by Confucius over 2,500 years ago continues to shape human civilization in profound ways that extend far beyond its original cultural context in ancient China. While Confucian thought initially spread throughout East Asia, influencing the development of Korea, Japan, Vietnam, and other neighboring societies, its core insights about human nature, moral development, and social organization have proven relevant to virtually every human community that has encountered them. In our contemporary globalized world, Confucian principles offer valuable resources for addressing challenges that transcend cultural boundaries while respecting the diversity of particular traditions and circumstances. Understanding this global relevance requires examining both the universal aspects of Confucian wisdom and the specific ways it can contribute to contemporary problem-solving. The educational implications of Confucian philosophy have influenced pedagogical approaches throughout the world, particularly in societies that emphasize academic achievement and comprehensive human development. The Confucian integration of intellectual training with character education provides a framework for preparing students not merely for economic productivity, but for thoughtful citizenship and meaningful personal lives. Contemporary educational systems that adopt Confucian principles typically demonstrate higher levels of student achievement, stronger teacher-student relationships, and greater emphasis on moral development than systems focused solely on information transmission or skill acquisition. These outcomes suggest that Confucian educational philosophy offers valuable insights for addressing contemporary challenges in schools throughout the world. The business and organizational applications of Confucian principles have gained increasing attention as globalization creates need for management approaches that can bridge cultural differences while promoting both effectiveness and ethical behavior. Confucian emphasis on moral leadership, long-term thinking, and stakeholder relationships provides alternatives to purely profit-maximizing approaches that often generate short-term success at the expense of long-term sustainability. Organizations that integrate Confucian principles typically develop stronger employee loyalty, better customer relationships, and more sustainable business practices than organizations focused solely on immediate financial results. These practical benefits suggest that Confucian business ethics can contribute to more humane and effective forms of economic organization in diverse cultural contexts. The political implications of Confucian thought offer resources for addressing contemporary challenges in governance, citizenship, and international relations that affect societies throughout the world. Confucian emphasis on moral leadership, public service, and citizen education provides frameworks for strengthening democratic institutions while addressing widespread concerns about political corruption, polarization, and civic disengagement. Similarly, Confucian approaches to conflict resolution and international relations offer alternatives to purely power-based approaches that often escalate rather than resolve disputes between different communities and nations. The Confucian vision of governance based on virtue and service rather than mere power or popularity provides valuable guidance for political leaders in any cultural context. The psychological and therapeutic applications of Confucian principles have gained recognition as alternatives to purely individualistic approaches to mental health and personal development that often isolate people from the social relationships essential for human flourishing. Confucian emphasis on character development, social connection, and finding meaning through service to others provides resources for addressing depression, anxiety, and alienation that plague many contemporary societies. Therapeutic approaches that integrate Confucian insights about the relational nature of human identity and the importance of moral purpose often prove more effective than approaches focused solely on individual symptom relief or personal self-actualization. These clinical applications demonstrate the practical relevance of Confucian psychology for addressing contemporary mental health challenges. The environmental implications of Confucian thought provide frameworks for addressing ecological challenges that require integration of individual responsibility, social cooperation, and long-term thinking. Confucian emphasis on intergenerational obligation, harmony between human activity and natural processes, and moderation in material consumption offers alternatives to purely technological or regulatory approaches to environmental protection. Societies that integrate Confucian principles into their environmental policies often demonstrate greater success in balancing economic development with ecological sustainability because they address the underlying cultural and moral dimensions of environmental behavior. The Confucian understanding of human beings as embedded within, rather than separate from natural systems, provides essential perspective for creating sustainable relationships between human society and the broader ecosystem. The technological implications of Confucian philosophy become increasingly relevant as digital communication, artificial intelligence, and other emerging technologies transform human relationships and social institutions. Confucian insights about the importance of face-to-face relationship, the dangers of superficial communication, and the need for wisdom to guide technological development provide valuable guidance for managing technological change in ways that enhance rather than undermine human flourishing. The Confucian emphasis on character development and moral education becomes particularly important in technological contexts, where increased power requires corresponding increases in wisdom and virtue to prevent harmful consequences. These technological applications suggest that ancient Confucian wisdom remains highly relevant for navigating the challenges and opportunities created by contemporary innovation. The interfaith and intercultural implications of Confucian thought provide resources for dialogue and cooperation between different religious and cultural traditions without requiring anyone to abandon their particular beliefs or practices. Confucian emphasis on shared human nature, universal moral principles, and practical cooperation offers common ground that can bridge differences while respecting diversity. This approach to intercultural dialogue focuses on shared commitment to human flourishing rather than doctrinal agreement, enabling meaningful cooperation between people with very different metaphysical beliefs and cultural backgrounds. The Confucian model of cultural exchange through mutual learning and creative synthesis provides valuable guidance for creating global communities that honor both unity and diversity. At the deepest level, the contemporary relevance of Confucian philosophy lies in its comprehensive vision of human flourishing that integrates individual development, social harmony, and cosmic purpose in ways that remain meaningful regardless of particular cultural or historical circumstances. The fundamental human challenges that Confucian thought addresses, developing character, building relationships, creating just institutions, and finding meaning through service to purposes larger than ourselves, remain as relevant today as they were in ancient China. The specific methods and applications may require adaptation to contemporary circumstances, but the underlying insights about human nature and social organization provide timeless wisdom for creating flourishing communities in any historical context. This enduring relevance explains why Confucian thought continues to influence global conversations about education, governance, business ethics, and personal development more than 2 millennia after its initial formulation. Part 30. The integration of all principles into a unified worldview. The true genius of Confucian philosophy lies not in any single insight or principle, but in the comprehensive integration of all its elements into a coherent worldview that provides both practical guidance for daily life and ultimate meaning for human existence. Throughout these explorations of individual concepts like Ren, Li, and Yi, we have seen how each element connects to and reinforces all the others, creating a seamless whole that addresses every aspect of human experience from personal character development to social organization to cosmic purpose. This final integration reveals Confucian thought not as a collection of separate ideas, but as a unified vision of what human life can become when approached with wisdom, virtue, and commitment to the flourishing of all. The architectural principle that unifies all aspects of Confucian philosophy centers on the fundamental insight that individual fulfillment and collective harmony represent not competing values, but different expressions of the same underlying cosmic order. When you cultivate virtue in your personal character, you simultaneously contribute to social harmony and align yourself with universal principles that govern all existence. When you work to improve social institutions and relationships, You simultaneously create conditions that support individual development while participating in the cosmic process of bringing order and justice to the world. This integration of personal, social and cosmic dimensions enables Confucian philosophy to provide guidance that serves immediate practical needs while connecting to ultimate sources of meaning and purpose. The developmental logic that connects all Confucian principles demonstrates how moral and intellectual growth naturally progresses from simple beginnings to sophisticated integration across multiple domains of experience. The journey begins with basic cultivation of Ren through attention to family relationships and daily interactions with others, gradually expanding to encompass broader circles of concern and responsibility. This personal foundation enables understanding and practice of Li as methods for refining character and social relationships, which in turn supports development of the wisdom and courage necessary for becoming a Junzai who can provide moral leadership for others. Each stage of development prepares for and enables the next while remaining valuable in its own right, creating a lifelong process of growth that serves both individual and collective flourishing. The practical synthesis of Confucian principles provides a framework for decision-making that integrates multiple considerations without reducing complex situations to simple formulas or mechanical rules. When facing difficult choices, the Confucian approach involves considering how different options will affect your character development, your relationships with others, your social responsibilities, and your alignment with cosmic moral purposes. This comprehensive analysis rarely yields easy answers, but it ensures that decisions emerge from careful consideration of all relevant factors rather than narrow focus on immediate convenience or partial perspectives. The person who learns to think in this integrated way develops practical wisdom that enables effective action even in novel and challenging circumstances. The temporal integration of Confucian philosophy connects past, present and future in ways that honor tradition while enabling innovation and change. Your relationship with ancestors and cultural heritage provides foundation and guidance for contemporary choices while creating obligations to preserve and transmit valuable wisdom to future generations. Your present actions simultaneously express gratitude for what you have received from the past and accept responsibility for contributing to the welfare of those who will inherit the consequences of your choices. This temporal awareness prevents both unreflective traditionalism that ignores contemporary needs and rootless innovation that abandons accumulated wisdom while enabling creative adaptation that serves continuity and change. The social integration of Confucian principles demonstrates how different types of relationships, from intimate family bonds to broad civic responsibilities, all contribute to the same underlying project of creating communities where human beings can flourish together. The skills you develop through practicing filial piety prepare you for friendship, citizenship and leadership, while the wisdom you gain through public service enhances your capacity for family relationships and personal development. Each type of relationship provides unique opportunities for practicing virtue while contributing to the overall social fabric that supports everyone's opportunities for growth and contribution. This recognition of the interconnectedness of all social relationships prevents artificial separation between private and public life, while enabling appropriate attention to the different requirements of various roles and responsibilities. The spiritual integration of Confucian philosophy connects ethical development with cosmic purpose in ways that provide ultimate meaning without requiring supernatural beliefs or institutional religious authority. Your commitment to virtue and service aligns you with fundamental principles of justice and harmony that govern all existence, creating forms of transcendence and immortality that emerge through moral action rather than metaphysical speculation. This spiritual dimension enriches rather than conflicts with rational inquiry and practical engagement, enabling both scientific understanding and reverent appreciation of the mystery and beauty that surround human existence. The spiritually mature person experiences ordinary life as inherently meaningful and sacred, without requiring external validation from supernatural sources or religious institutions. The global integration of Confucian wisdom demonstrates how insights developed within one cultural tradition can contribute to addressing universal human challenges while respecting the diversity of particular circumstances and approaches. The fundamental questions that Confucian philosophy addresses, how to develop character, build relationships, create just institutions, and find meaning through service to others, arise in every human community, regardless of cultural background or historical period. While specific applications may require adaptation to different contexts, the underlying principles provide valuable resources for anyone committed to promoting human flourishing in its fullest sense. This universal relevance enables Confucian thought to contribute to global conversations about education, governance, ethics, and personal development, while honoring the wisdom that other traditions bring to these shared human concerns. The ultimate achievement of Confucian integration lies in its demonstration that human existence can possess profound meaning, beauty, and significance when approached with appropriate understanding and commitment. Rather than viewing life as essentially meaningless or reducing human purpose to individual pleasure and success, Confucian philosophy reveals how ordinary activities like learning, working, parenting, and citizenship become forms of spiritual practice when informed by virtue and wisdom. This transformation of daily life into meaningful engagement with cosmic purposes provides sustainable motivation for continued growth and service even in the face of difficulty, disappointment, and mortality. The person who achieves this integrated understanding lives with the deep satisfaction that comes from knowing their existence serves purposes infinitely larger than themselves, while simultaneously realizing their most authentic individual potential. In this way, Confucian philosophy fulfills its ultimate promise of showing how human beings can create lives of genuine flourishing that serve both personal fulfillment and universal justice across all the generations of our shared human journey.
The truth about Shao. It will change everything you know. The truth about Shao will change everything. Discover the ancient secret. The truth about Shao is more profound than you think. It holds the key to ancient wisdom. The truth about Shao. It is the essence of wisdom, and it changes everything.